watched this, so here we go again. If you're the one person that commented last time, this is almost explicitly for you. So there we go. Um, but I did have one thing that I had. So we got the anatomy scan for Haley and my daughter,
uh,
which is super weird to say. I'm never gonna get used to that. Um,
oh my god,
yeah,
girl.
I'm gonna have a kid. Not only that, I'm gonna have a girl.
Fucking wait. Time out. Time out. You
Yeah,
need to before he logs on because he'll probably never listen back.
no,
But you have to let me know. Is our big dumb animal of a friend, Buster, still under the impression that you are having quadruplets or
no,
whatever?
no, he's not.
Okay.
So
Okay. I was gonna say you need
he
to backtrack. My
he
daughter and three sons.
yeah, he put it together.
Okay.
For those of you not in the know, when we first got the ultrasound, because they take more than one picture, because they scan around the child. Our good friend Rolkbuster looked at that and was like, "You're having four?" And immediately we were all like, "Yes!" Like,
Yes.
like
It was.
he said that to my wife, and my wife was immediately like, "Yes, yeah." Ask.
Hey man, it's kind of funny that everybody like the very small circle around Ryan Frame, like sees at something like that. Everybody is just kind of like on board. Like at the end of the day, even though I know they take multiple shots, and I put together that she wasn't having quadruplets, I can see if you don't know that, maybe making the mistake on a Facebook collage post.
Yeah,
I get it. But like I love that everybody involved like that loves this man is immediately just like there is no word spoken. It's like a hive mind where everybody's just like absolutely quadruplets on the way.
yeah, obviously, yeah.
Just so you know, my boss is here, so I might have to go mute periodically.
That's fine. But yeah, it's like it's like yeah, we're definitely having quadruplets. No need to think about that anymore. Uh but yeah,
So funny.
so
That was I thought that was still going.
no, he put it together. He probably said it to his dad or something, and his dad was like, "The fuck
What
is
he
he?"
put it together?
Yeah,
He put it together because you were having a fucking nervous breakdown.
yeah. It's like, do you understand the amount of panic that would be coursing through my body at all times if I had four kids on the way?
Oh,
Again, this guy is falling.
yeah, that shit would be that scary. You'd be like, yo, we gotta give up at least two of these for adoption if we're gonna live.
Yeah, I feel like, oh no. But so the so I've gone to pretty much all of these appointments, but one or two, and that's only because like the way it was scheduled, Haley had the appointment, then had to go to work. She had no time to drop me back home.
Right.
Uh, so
Like these Uber, Uber back.
yeah, so like, and it's not like big stuff. It's like it's just checkup stuff. They're not even doing an ultrasound or anything like that.
Yeah, it's just routine
Yeah.
bullshit.
So I have noticed. So do you want to guess how many men I have seen? So we've been doing this 5 months. I have 5 months of appointments. Do you want to guess? Do you want to guess how many other men I've seen at any of these appointments? So grand total of men in the waiting room. What do you think that number's at?
And how many have you been to?
How many men have I seen in these waiting rooms over 5 months?
Right, how many?
Yeah.
Over 5 months.
Yeah.
Guessing that the number's going to be low, so I'm going to go a little extreme. I'm just going to go with my mom's left hand and say seven total.
Lower.
Holy three.
Yeah, close. I mean, including me, it's three. I have seen two.
Two more.
In 5 months, I have seen 2 other men in every waiting room that I have gone to. Granted, in like,
bro, I get it. Fuck them kids, you know.
yeah, I mean, clearly, like some of it's like, hey, you know, like I understand, I'm not working, like I have the time, I can be there. It's not like a full, you know, it's not a fucking, oh, look at all these shitty fathers. It's more
right. With 2 other,
but
it seems extremely low.
well, and here's the other thing, is that like, so because Haley takes you know, she takes medication, so she's not high risk, but they're treating her as if she was. So like, yeah, I'm not going to like the normal ultrasound waiting room. So like that does contribute to it a little bit, but like none. Like the only time I've ever seen other guys is during these ultrasound appointments. I have never seen another guy in the OB's waiting room. Like it's just me. And like I'm like and like there are like I was walking out today and I was seeing a lot for it being like kids and women being like super excited about that stuff for the most part. There were a lot of angry looking women who were sitting alone. I don't want to call them single because I don't know if that's the case, but they were definitely all by their lonesome sitting there, and I got the stink eye from more than one of them. I'm like,
they're just taking their anger about their fucking derelict.
yeah, they're
not being there.
They're looking at me, and I know they're not mad at me, but what they are thinking is oh, guys don't come to this, huh? like she is going home, and then she's like, well, I saw a good dad at my appointment today. Like, I know it. Somebody is catching hell for me being seen today.
That's not your problem.
It's not my fault. It's not my problem. You should have been there. Oh, but
out there roofing, earning a living for your child.
Yeah, yeah. It's somebody's at the mill. That's the thing, though. I doubt that.
Somebody's in the pines.
It's 100% some loser that just was like, ew, that's for girls. They're gonna do a pap smear, and I can't be there for that because it's icky. Like I know that is the kind of shit that went through people's heads. Like
these are, you think there's that are like, ooh, it's a vagina.
Yeah, like so many men are such fucking babies about women's health. It's fucking amazing. Like,
I've had my tongue fully in a woman's vagina multiple times in my life. Guess what? Totally.
Yeah, but
I think you can handle sit next to her and hold her hand during a bath.
Yeah, but like that's
that's all I'm saying.
That's the thing. It's so normal for like guys to be such fucking panty wastes about this. Like, it's so fucking stupid. But like, yeah, I'm not shocked that that's what happened and that like I'm the only dude here. It's like, oh, it's just me. But I found it very funny. I was just like, it's
great.
But I'm.
It's all right. It's I love getting guys in trouble.
Oh yeah, I'm glad I'm getting. I'm so glad I'm getting some deadbeat in trouble for for not being around while for
Yeah,
all of
when
these
you're also
appointments.
you're getting some hardworking sack of shit in trouble.
Yeah, oh yeah, everybody's catching strays.
Everybody gets a taste.
Yeah, fuck you. I guess.
Especially because all those women are like hyper.
Oh yeah, no, there's
They're never gonna let them live it down.
no. It's immediately just going to be anger, which I'm
So,
happy. Which
so
I'm
your daughter, Amanda.
yeah, my daughter Rymanda. Yeah,
Perfect.
a perfect name, really.
Really.
When you think about it really hard, it's a perfect name. Can't I dare you to improve upon it. You can't. Uh,
Oh, the only one that beats it was Tijuana.
oh yeah, my wife's too much of a coward to name our child Curse with Tijuana.
Well, fucking cow.
Char- Charisma Tijuana.
It's unbelievable.
By the way,
Hopefully, girls was not one of those 50 listeners.
I hope so. Change your name. I mean,
You know what? The funny thing about that name is, if she, let's just say she actually hit the pole, got her clear heels, and got up on stage, maybe get a little goldfish rolling around part of the show.
Yeah.
Something fancy, classic.
Yeah. So,
she wouldn't have to change her name.
I mean, she'd want
Welcome
to
the
though.
Stage, Charisma Tijuana, and everybody would just assume that it's fake.
Yeah, they'd be looking for a real name. I mean, well, maybe that's the thing. It's like now coming to the stage, like, Megan Smith. Like, she's got to go in the other direction.
Just call it fucking, yeah, something like really fucking,
something.
like really, yeah,
So,
like
yeah.
Karen Jackson.
Yeah, it's something super white and super common. And people are just like, she didn't use her real fucking name.
I'll tell you, it was absolutely one of my fucking favorites. But when you heard that she was pregnant, and the first thing that you just said, you didn't even have a real reaction. You just very straight said, called it.
I mean, if anything, her parents called it.
Yeah, that's just,
Like,
you did this to your child.
yeah, you have no one to blame but yourself on this one.
Lord of Athelloren.
If you didn't want her to get teen pregnant, you probably should have named her something else.
You know, I don't think I've told my boss about that, but I have to drop that name on him. It's see what he thinks.
About Charisma
He
Tijuana.
I just assume that he'll have a react.
I mean,
Because I did tell him, I saw him that day, but I guess we talked about like a day or two ago about when I was in traffic and the whole, lady interaction, and so.
yeah, that's because it is hilarious.
It is hilarious. I think Charisma Tijuana might go over well with it.
Charisma Tijuana is.
There was another name that she threw at me that is like right up there. To be honest with you, and I can't remember what it is, but she said it, and I was like, oh, okay. This is life now.
I mean, that's the Charisma Tijuana My other favorite ones that I've heard more than once in South Florida are Sharif, spelled sheriff,
Yeah, I've seen that.
and the other one is
I don't mind the name Sharif too much, but I do hate it when it's spelled like sheriff.
yeah, and then Erica.
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay. That's I've not.
spelled. It's, by the way, in case people aren't understanding, not Erica. Erica. Spelled exactly how you think it's spelled. AIR. Recca. WR. Like, I have seen that more than once in South Florida. And speaking of just god awful names, was so in my time as an X-ray tech. So, and this is kind of the everybody's a little bit racist theme. So the game that we used to play when I started X-ray, so like 15 years ago, the game was Black or Hispanic based on a child's name, because like universally terrible names, like millennials and Gen X name their children stupid shit, like incredibly stupid shit all the time. So that's what we started with. Over the years, the game had to change. Was it Black, Hispanic, or white trash? And there were certain naming conventions that like kind of tipped you off. And in my last run as an X-ray tech, we had to add another category, and this was the worst one, like blowing the doors off all the other categories. So it was Hispanic, Black, white trash, or rich white. Like rich white people name their kids the absolute worst shit I've ever heard. Like, I mean, obviously there's Aiden, Jaden, Caden, but like what other, like, aside from like, you would think this would be like white trash names, but you'd be surprised at how often it's not. The amount of children named like Neo or like Goku is unbelievable and wrong on so many levels.
Don't give. If you're gonna do it, you need to stick to more of the like Tony. Tony Stark, who's fucking Oliver, all that. I mean, these are normal sounding names until I don't know.
Yeah.
Fucking Goku Johns. Oh, that rolls off the tongue.
Goku. Like, if you have ever thought, and I mean as a passing thought, if you have ever thought that naming your kid Goku was a good idea, you shouldn't be allowed to have kids. The government should stop you. Like that is child abuse. like that like when it's like, hey, we're bringing you in for for the first ultrasound or whatever, and like a nurse or a doctor or somebody should just like sneak it in and be like, hey, did you ever think about ever calling a kid Goku? And it's like, yeah, I wanted that. It's like right there. Sterilize him. He can't have any more. We caught him. Like, the FBI should burst in through the doors and hold you down while they chemically castrate you.
Do you have access? I'm currently boss hunting at least for I'm giving myself like 15 minutes to thought hunt for this lady, and then I'm gonna tell her that she's SOL, and
Yeah.
I can also get her something similar. But if you have access to these people, bad kids, so it's soon it comes out.
Oh, bad kid names.
Yeah.
I am certain I've seen them all, but let's take a look. But yeah, like these are. Oh my god. Oh wow. Yeah. Danger. Olivia spelled Aliviiyah. Bart. Yeah, Bart's a bad one. Fuck it. Heaven backwards. Nevea is terrible. Let's see. Beverly. Apple. There's more than a couple Adolfs out there. I'm gonna guess that's from Missouri. That's, oh wait, that's not Elizabeth. That's Elizabeth. Most of these names. Say that again. I can't hear you, but most of these names are just spelled wrong. What the fuck is Little Sweetmeat? What? What the fuck? Hold on. Somebody named their kid Little Sweetmeat. Oh, and Olivia. That's pronounced Olivia. What? Most of these names are just spelled wrong. Harley Quinn made the list. Don't tell Ryan. Little Sweetmeat. Somebody needs Jerica. Fucking no. Panthy. D'Artagnan. Wow. Awful. C. Andre? What? Riley spelled. Oh my god. Spartacus. Terrible. Appaloosa. That's a horse's name. Stormy Sea. Terrible. Like Kingsley. That's a dog's name. Kingsley is a dog's name. Most of these are just spelled incorrectly. For the most part. Like an impressive amount of them are spelled wrong. Like Google exists. Like, and you don't have to. You don't have like it's not like putting you on the spot and like it's not a spelling bee. Like you can take your time in filling that out. You can double check. Like it's not like a doctor and the nurses like corner you and it's like, hey, you need to write it now. And if you spell it wrong, you know, that's on you. Somebody named their kid Jihad, obviously. Somebody spelled Maverick with 2 H's and a Y. I'll let you be the guess of where you think any of those letters go in that word. Somebody spelled Colin as colon, which is solid. Somebody spelled unique wrong. Gotham, terrible. I don't. I disagree with this list. Somebody has the name as Mercury Constellation Star Cruiser. That's a dope name.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you much better now.
Okay. Yeah, I guess there's a mic in only one of these headsets, maybe.
Yeah.
It's not picking me up. But I said earlier, I was like, Jamaica or Rymanda's out. We're just gonna name your child Jamaica, John.
Well, there's America, Jammy. I mean, my favorite is that the federal government told Elon Musk that he can't name his kid what he wanted to.
What did he want to name him?
He wanted to it was like a bunch of elements put together, and like it spells Kyle, but there's like a number in it, and essentially the U.S. government was like, yeah, you can't have numbers in your name, and like they tried to sue the federal government for that. Which, you know, lawsuits is how you get things to change. I understand that. But essentially, the U.S. government was just like, no. Like, no judge agreed to hear the case, and they were just like, yeah, no, you're wrong. Name your kid something normal. And they're like, yeah, we don't care how much money you have. You can't use numbers. Which I find very funny. They're like, no, we can do whatever we want. U.S. government's like, no. No, you can't. we're not gonna let you. and you're not going to.
Never gonna happen.
Yeah. How about hear me out.
Hear me out. Yeah.
Go fuck yourself.
Go fuck yourself, Elon Musk.
Yeah. We can do whatever we want. No, you can't.
We have decided against it.
Yeah. We've decided that we don't give a shit. No, you can't. Oh, my favorite is, nurses in Philadelphia have been doing the Lord's work since the 70s. Because, do you know how many kids up here, are named Rocky?
Oh, Jesus.
Their parents tried to name them Rocky. But there's so many, like, Catholic hospitals up here that, like, nobody let them do that. So, like, there's so many people called Rocky, but on their birth certificate it's something else. And every parent tells the same story, and they're like, yeah, they said at the hospital that we weren't allowed to name our kid that, which didn't sound true, and also isn't. But yeah, they just they took the law into their own hands, and they're like, yeah, your kid's not gonna be named Rocky because we fucking said so.
Because you're an idiot.
Yeah, you're an idiot. We refuse to let this child pay for your crimes.
Dude, some of those games we were doing, I'm like, you're right. That's not the worst strategy.
I mean, naming your kid Little Sweetmeat. Like, it's like, okay, so you're, like, definitely trafficking that child, right? Like,
I think they do. Motherfuckers just think they're being funny. They're like, you know what? This will get a lot of likes.
yeah, oh, exactly.
We'll go viral.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, you'll go viral. Not for any of the reasons that you want. It's like, because people are going to be shitting on you.
Yeah, unless that's the goal. Like, if you're doing it for a gag and you do it with the birth certificate, but then you also have it full name implied and you just let it ride for like a month and then you get the kid's name legally changed.
Yeah.
Right, that's different. And then that way, every time they have to turn in their birth certificate, it's this little sweet meat. It's just hysterical. It's fake.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's like,
That's what I would do. I could see the logic in that. Like playing the long con game on your kids.
but
Like, you know what? When you need your birth certificate, it's gonna say little sweet
like
John.
if you never told them to, that would be funny.
Right. Exactly.
where like
Blanco.
where no one's gonna know.
20-some year con.
Yeah, where no one's gonna know except you and like your significant other and your kid. But like if they have to write little sweet meat on a fucking job application,
I know.
you're a real piece of shit.
You really are. You really are. Like that's just like not cool. It had to be like some sort of gag like that. Like no, like okay, maybe there are.
Well, they were British, so I mean they might have been completely
British.
serious. Yeah.
Yeah, never mind. I can't speak on the Brits. I don't know. I mean they didn't seem that unruly to me. But who knows?
Oh no,
Funny guys.
the
They're playing a joke.
the Brits are like the apple did not fall far from the tree on when it comes to us and the British.
Yeah, I guess it's true.
Like, oh, this is why we're like this. Like, Britain is the United States of the European Union. Of people being like, what the fuck is wrong with you? But it's like, oh, yeah, that's where we got it from. 100%.
Oh, yeah. No, you're right. You're right.
But yeah, so that's little sweet meat. Gross.
It's just like some people just need to be fucking straight up and honest in public. Like just old yeller them right
Yeah.
there on national TV.
Yeah.
Be like, this is why we're killing them.
Yeah.
It's like, name their child little sweet meat. I feel like people would be like, okay.
No, it's like, yeah, fucking, we don't need that. We don't need any of you.
We don't need it in our lives.
Yeah. It's like, you named your kid what? little sweet meat. Gross. I could vomit in my mouth.
I know, you gotta be ready to do it.
But I mean,
Like this.
so many people do. It's like, just like imagine having one of these awful names on the playground. Like,
Oh,
yo, kids are gonna roast you. Like,
it doesn't matter if your name is Jonathan. If like kids will be fucking.
yeah, and like you're just setting them up to get dunked on. But
Oh yeah, for sure, 100%.
But-
Like that.
yeah, it's like, oh, like it's like your kids are about, like, school is about to be hard for them, and you made that happen.
I hope you're proud of yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, oh wow, awful. You did that to you. But yeah, it's just like, what? Like, thank God that Northwest, Kanye and Kim's, it's like, thank God you have all of the money. Because like,
Right.
can you imagine if you were any of Kanye's kid or Kim's kids on the playground in an argument, and somebody's like, "Hey, real quick, what's the most what?" It's like, "Hey, you want to see your mom get boned?"
Yeah, I know.
Hey, what's the most popular video of all time on Pornhub? Huh, crazy. Is that your mom?
I know. That. I know, man.
Like,
You know what? I've never really put that together. Those poor fucking kids.
like you're
Like for the rest of their fucking. And Kanye's a fucking madman.
I mean,
Like-
like making fun of Kanye, I think is a little bit of a low blow because Kanye's mentally ill.
Correct.
You know, like he's schizophrenic. He's off his meds, which he can help, but like that's all schizophrenics go through that. But yeah, it's like, you know, taking shots at Kanye feels a little cheap. Taking shots at your whore of a mother, however, it's like, hey, how did your mom
Now
get?
we're,
Yeah, it's like,
now
hey,
we're cooking with gas.
yeah, it's like, hey, how did your mom get famous again? Hold on, I need to look it up. I don't remember. like,
Oh my god.
like, just absolute. Like, you're gonna lose every argument on the playground. Because
Nah, that's
Can I offer
that.
this?
I see that. That's
everyone has an absolute.
I never even thought about that. Like, especially like all those little assholes are gonna have a wizard box in their pocket, and they
Yeah.
could just literally pull it out on the playground, and it's just this kid's mom getting railed by Ray J. That's terrible.
Like,
It feels so bad.
it's like you have to be friends with anybody because any beef that you get into, immediately, it's like they can like they have a nuclear weapon to use against you if you decide to pick a fight. And they're
I hope these kids are like they need to get some training so they can just go. Well, actually, you don't want them to fight because then other parents are just going to take all your money.
yeah. It's like oh my god. Like absolutely like they can't win. They cannot win. They have to avoid every confrontation because they will get their shit absolutely rocked.
I forgot what it was. I think Amanda brought it up or something. I don't even know how it came up. Probably because I'll get real strong and watch Love is Blind with her and shit like that.
Yeah.
And, you know, which is just not really my thing, but, you know, whatever. Taking a look at the team, trying to have some fun with something she enjoys.
Yeah.
And I just try to make fun out of it. And I forgot what it was. I think maybe it cut to a commercial Paris was in there, but I don't know what she named her kid. But if I remember correctly, I think her kid has like a massive fucking dome. Like, unless she had a C-section, her vagina will never be the same.
Yeah.
Like you look at that kid, you're like, Dario! Like, it looks fake. Like, I believe that's what it was.
you're like aliens are real.
Yeah, and then I think I think she was getting all fucking mad because, it might be some sort of, like, condition or something. I'm like, you kid just got a massive dome. Like,
your
Like,
kid just
that kid
ugly.
came out the womb wearing the same size hat as me.
Yeah.
Like, we got a problem.
Yo, put a fucking flex fit on that dome piece.
Yeah, you need an extra large flex fit. Give it a little extra give.
God damn.
I think that's what it was. I'll have to look it up later to see if it's actually the size of the kid's dome. But I believe she's just like holding this baby and everything is normal. It just looks like somebody went to Photoshop, isolated the kid's head, and just brought it out.
But here's the thing. So like let's say that like let's say that Kim and Kanye or any of Kim's kids have like anything resembling a normal like school life.
Right.
And like well here's the thing. Like Pornhub entering their lexicon won't happen till like late elementary school, early middle school. So like imagine if they're like a mad shit talker and then they hit middle school and that's when everyone finds out.
Well, that's when everything will go off the
and and they just get hit with this fucking nuke out of left field.
Yeah, because they probably don't know. I mean, if they were smart, I think they would sit down with their kids when they get a certain age and tell them
Oh my god!
about that.
How
It's going to be used as a weapon.
how do you think you break that news to a kid? By the way,
Hey man, look, you made your choices.
Uh,
You could have
oh.
boned raging. It's like, oh, can I film this with my phone? You could have said no. Like it's her own.
well, like my thing is that it's like it's like yeah, like you made your bed, lie in it, kind of thing. But like, and I don't feel bad for her, but like, how do you?
I feel bad for the kids.
Well, how do you explain that to a child? Like, how would you go about?
What age? What age do you go about even broaching the subject?
I mean,
middle school.
I would assume. I mean, you want to get in front of it, and I feel like middle school is risking it too much because it might be too late.
Oh wow. Yeah, you're right.
So I would go at roughly the time that they do like sex ed. So you're thinking like 5th, 6th grade. I mean, that's not sex ed, but like I definitely recall in public school getting some kind of sexual education talk in like 5th or 6th grade. But yeah, it's like you have to get in front of that because like as bad as that conversation is going to be, can you imagine how much worse it would be if you didn't tell them and they didn't know? And,
Yeah,
and,
I guess you're right.
And can you imagine being in an argument with someone in high school? And they're like, "This your mom?" And it's like your fucking head would explode.
That is true.
Because it's like,
You know what? They have enough cash, though. I mean, I don't want to say homeschooling because I think that has a chance, unless you make a point of it. Homeschooling could, because I think it's very important for kids to have social interactions and have some form of social skills.
well,
But like,
there's no shot that they're in like, well, because like most homeschools like are actually like it's not just like, oh, you're literally at home. Like it's a homeschool group. Like that's what normal homeschooling is. So like, but they would definitely be like, hey, you have a one-on-one tutor. Like there are no other children. But yeah, it's like if they don't do that and they don't tell them, yeah, that kid's just gonna get a fucking nuke dropped on their head.
I know. Yeah. Oh my god.
Which would be,
but
which don't get me wrong.
We should definitely get Amanda on the podcast sometime or whatever. Let's sit around on the weekend and we're not doing anything. And just have her. Well, she might not do it because she is an acting teacher. But like,
give us some names that might get people punched. Oh, speak of the devil, and she shall appear.
You
Go ahead and talk and let me answer the phone.
You sound much better suddenly, by the way.
Not for the kind heart of the Lady Ariel.
But
Already be dead.
yeah, like, so, I mean, I can. It's like, how do you go about explaining that to your child? Like, what would you say? Like, I'd be like, all right, well, because it's like, it's not even like, hey, I made a mistake and I ended up on this website and like you'll never see it, but hey, like don't search for it because it's there. There's nothing I can do about it. Like that kind of, like, at least you could kind of explain it and kind of like be like, hey, it's like, no, you are the #1 video on the most populated and, popular porn site in the world. And, like, if you don't tell your male child, they're probably just gonna run into it. Like, they're just gonna find out. So it's like, what do you do? How do you explain that to them? I mean, it's very funny to me, but it's like, god damn, that's gotta be so bad. So bad. I mean, I'd love to know. I would love for someone to ask that question. I mean, they never will, because our media's already shit. God forbid that our celebrity media ask a fucking great question. Like, how do you explain that? Like, the hell, I mean, I would even appreciate her, like, talking about it openly. Because, like, how many e-girls do we have out there that in, like, 10 years are gonna be like, fuck, I shouldn't have done this. And, like, it's on the internet. It's on there forever. Like, your face and name are attached to it forever. There's a chance that if your kid does a Google search of you, as kids do, that, they're gonna find this stuff. So, I mean...
Well, they're certainly gonna find it.
No, I'm talking about not just Kim, like, anyone. Like, think of how many e-girls are out there right now who, like...
Oh, yeah.
Who, like, in 10 years are gonna be like, man, I shouldn't have done that.
But then, here's the thing, is... well, yeah, you're right. I mean, at least right now in their head, they're like, I don't care. But
yeah.
Later, like...
Yeah, but that's what I was saying, was that, like, I would actually really like Kim to, like, come out and be like, what is your plan here? Like,
yeah.
I would, like, I would, no bullshit, love to know what her approach is going to be. Because, like, I feel like a lot of people would find that information extremely valuable. Like, they might not admit it right now, but, like, I feel like people are going to, like, really want some kind of insight in the next decade as to, like, how you handle this. Because, like, Kim absolutely has to handle it. Like, it's not like, hey, my name's on this website, don't look for it. Like, you are the #1 video on the #1 porn site. They're gonna find out. Like, you cannot hide it. So,
oh, yeah. It's impossible.
So, like, I would love to know what the approach is, because you have to handle it. You have to. Like, aside from buying Pornhub and, like, controlling
But here's the thing.
that.
Yeah, but buying Pornhub doesn't.
I mean,
I don't think it's going to even do anything,
no,
because it's on multiple sites and people have it downloaded and bought on a fucking DVD. It's
yeah, like don't get me wrong. That I'm not saying
like
that
it was like Pamela Anderson.
Yeah, I'm not saying it solves your problem, but, like,
yeah, it
does some level of damage control where you could conceivably stop if you owned Pornhub and didn't have it on there, you could conceivably insulate them from that information for a very long time.
That's true, because it is the #1 site.
Yeah, but I don't think you can do that any other way. So, like, and, like, they're gonna find out anyway. Like this is a Band-Aid on a bullet wound situation.
Band-Aid on a...
Yeah, or a Band-Aid on an axe wound. um, but yeah, like I would.
No, bullet on a band-aid on a bullet wound sound way nicer.
Yeah.
We're gonna go with
But but like, how do you? I like that. Legitimately, I would love to know what the thought process, if she has one, of this situation, because like there are a bunch of people that in 10 years are gonna be like, oh fuck, like, and
Oh, you talking about like with like OnlyFans and shit like that?
yeah, like there are a bunch of these OnlyFans girls who, you know, are gonna be praying that because they were small enough or didn't use their real name, that like
They're safe.
that no one finds out. That is like, you know, right now they're not thinking that, but they're gonna be thinking that. Where it's like, oh fuck, like people like cannot find out about this, like, because like again, like, you know, if you're Kanye West and Kim Kardashian's kid, you know, who gives in the long run, who gives a fuck? I've got billions of dollars, you know, I don't give a shit. Fuck you. Like, you can you can definitely say that. But if you're some lower middle class white kid and somebody busts out a video of your mom fingering her, blasting herself or getting railed, or like, that is going to annihilate you in school.
Hey man, I mean, it's, don't get me wrong, it's a lesser extent, but remember the fappening?
Well, and again,
Remember that shit?
all of those people were insulated because they were mega celebrities. And it's like,
Correct, yeah.
and it's like, oh, no big deal. But if like you're some lower middle class kid, and all of a sudden a video of your mom is going wildfire in your school, that's fucking brutal. Like,
Yeah, no, I completely agree. To be perfectly honest, I remember the fappening. I remember like Jennifer Lawrence was like, because she was like really hot at the moment. She was like, hey, she basically was headlining the fappening because she was being very vocal about it. And a part of me was like, hey, I have a good idea. Why don't you just shut the fuck up? Like, I mean, I don't think it's like really hurt her career or anything like that, but I understand that you are, you know, you're maybe a little embarrassed and it was all private and blah, 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 and I get that. You were shit happens. But at the end of the day, nobody really gives a fuck. Like, it's a shock value and it'll be clickbait for like, let's call it like a month or two. The only reason the fappening was even in the headlines longer than it had to be is because she wouldn't shut the fuck. I mean, don't get me wrong, there was pictures of her with like fucking taking fucking facials and shit. Like, so I get it. She's upset, but like, we also live in a time. Like I said, if I want to go watch 24 hours straight of porn right now, I can do so for absolutely free.
Yeah,
it doesn't mean as much as it used to, I think, in the public eye. So why don't you just let it run its course? Do your next movie, and nobody will ever talk about it again.
Well, here's the thing: there were so many people in that. Is that, had she not made such a stink about it, would we attach her name to it as readily? And I think the answer is no. Like,
I think the answer is definitely no. She's the when I think of that whole incident, she is the first.
Yeah, and like,
it's just because she talked.
Yeah, like there were tons of super famous people that were on that. But like
I mean, shit, they had the whole fucking Glee crew in their band.
Yeah, but like, and I struggle to remember anyone else who was in that. Like, I know Jennifer Lawrence was, but like, I can't remember off the top of my head who else was involved.
Oddly enough, believe it or not, and it's probably just because, you know, since 2014, I've been standing on the table for the movie Whiplash.
Yeah.
but like I do remember, and she was, I think, one of the Glee kids at the time, and that's
Yeah.
the reason she was famous. But Melissa Bonet, or Bonet, Supergirl,
Oh yeah.
she's on it. She's on it, banging a cast member, I think.
Well, and
But hers are kind of black and white and classy and fucking, not janky looking facial shots like J Law. So
Yeah,
maybe people don't really remember it.
I mean, but still, it was like, would we, like, as the public, we would remember that happened, but, like, would I readily attach her name to it? I don't think so. Like,
I'll be perfectly honest. I don't think I remember, like, gun to my head. I don't think I could name. I mean, I know there's a lot, and probably a lot that are really, but I think you're right. Other than those two, and mainly J Law, first name that comes to my head. In that whole time period, I don't think I remember any.
like, gun to my head, I don't think I could name, aside from Jennifer Lawrence, I don't think I could name 3 names. Like, I did vaguely remember the girl that played Supergirl was on it. But, like,
Yeah.
other than that, I couldn't tell you. Like, I think there was, like, a model? Like, this is the thing. There were, like, 50...
Oh, no. There was a lexicon. See? Like,
Yeah.
there was,
It was a...
like, but I just don't remember.
and I
Know
don't...
who they were.
Yeah, I don't... And I don't remember any of them. Like, which is crazy.
And here's the thing. And here's the thing. If the happening would have happened when we were, like, say, in high school, we might have better recall. The
Maybe.
thing is that when it happened, me and you were adults. We took, one look and went through it and like, oh shit, this is bad. But then, we are adults with the internet. And so the prospect of seeing boobies is not exactly
Yeah,
the
like...
same. So
yeah.
we just kind of put it to the side and out of our brains. Once it was over, it was over. You're like, oh, that was cool to see. And then it was done.
You're like, wow, that's weird and kind of vaguely interesting, but, like, yeah, it's like, in the long run, did it matter?
Yeah.
No.
You guys sent this to the cloud, you dumb bastard. Moving on with my life.
Yeah, it's like, wow, like, what are all of you doing? Like, it's like, 1, why? 2, like, this is your level of web security? Is that, like, I don't want to sound like I'm blaming, the people who were victims of crimes, which they were. But, like, if you're that famous, like, if I was that famous, and image mattered that much to me, there is no shot in hell that I'm letting that I am allowing pictures like that be taken of me by anyone ever. Like, like, full stop. Like, if it matters that much to you, that, like, it's going to make you, like, go on a crusade, like, you should not have let that happen. Period. Like,
no, I completely agree.
Like,
I mean, and it's not like she has her people involved. Like, she did that, like, J-Law did that, all that shit private, never thought. But, like,
yeah.
I'm sorry, man. Like, it's just, like, don't get me wrong. I have stuff on the cloud, like art and stuff like that. But, if somebody hacked it, whatever, I don't have dick pics in my Google Drive. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, and
just like,
and even if I did, it's me. I don't care. Like if anyone was, if all of America got to see my dick, I'd be like, you like what you fucking see? Like, I'd be super fine with it. But like, if you care that much, that, like, hey, if this gets out, it's gonna be like nuclear waste to me. Like, hey, as a thought, maybe, don't take the fucking picture. Like, Like, when they say, hey, can we film this? Say, fuck no. I'm a goddamn Hollywood A-lister, you fucking moron. Absolutely not. Like, it's like, yeah, maybe you should have said that. Like,
Yeah.
It-
No. I totally agree. In a lot of extents, like you just don't do that. And if you, hey man, maybe if that's your thing and you like getting pictures taken of you in video, you need to be in 100% control of them and not on it.
yeah, like
That's fine. I don't care. Like if you know, if Miss Lawrence gets off by, you know, shooting video and taking sexy pictures and stuff, hey man, more to you. I don't judge her for it. Care.
yeah,
I really don't. Like,
No.
it doesn't change my opinion of her whatsoever. I don't. I get it. I get why somebody might find that appealing and doing that a long time, or like doing that to get off. I totally get it.
Yeah.
But you've got to be smarter.
yeah, you
Like
got
if
it.
you're that famous, like you said, like if it's us, nobody gets.
Well, like,
But
here's the thing: is that
she was. I think she got so vocal about it because when it came out, like J Law was like the one in Hollywood. Like she was always being talked about in a very, very positive light. And I'm sure she just panicked and you know, and like I said, was kind of embarrassed and was trying to, you know, speak out, you know, as much as she did because she wanted, you know, she was the victim, but she wanted to take control of the narrative
Yeah.
about how she's the victim and not just with her with jizz all over her face.
Yeah.
So I totally understand, but I really think she did herself a disservice by just not letting her lie.
yeah, like it's just like, again, it's like, why, like, if you care this much, it just shouldn't have happened. Like, you just shouldn't have let it happen, period. So, like, that's my thing, is it's like, because, like, some of them, you know, some of the girls were like, you know, I forget which one, she had like a Christmas hat on, and she was like, Merry Christmas to all of you
Merry
weirdos
Christmas.
out there.
Yeah. I don't know. I forgot who that was, but it was funny.
Exactly.
I thought that was funny. Like, well,
And-
Merry Christmas, and then I don't even remember who that was.
Exactly.
I just remember the comment.
Exactly. I don't even remember who it was. It was just somebody that was like, Merry Christmas, weirdos. Like,
Yeah, so some very attractive starlet in a Santa hat, but naked. Merry Christmas, weirdos, and it was over.
yeah, and it was done. And again, we don't even remember who that was. Like,
Which is pretty impressive.
yeah, she's some
It's actually really impressive.
yeah, some Hollywood A-lister was fully nude in a Santa hat, said Merry Christmas to all you weirdos, and we don't even remember her fucking name. Like, how is that not almost exactly what you want out of this situation?
Oh, exactly. I mean, we might have remembered for like maybe 2 months, like when it
Maybe.
was hot. Like, oh,
Yeah.
so and so said that Merry Christmas line. Hysterical, am I right?
Yeah, very.
And then
Yeah.
you know the next thing drops, and we completely forget about
Yeah, no idea who that person is years later.
it.
But, like, yeah, it's like, you just, like,
For the boys when they come.
All right,
but it's,
saying that.
for someone who, like, that's how you handle it. If, like, because that's a person who was like, who in my mind is like, yeah, these pictures got leaked, whatever, I kind of knew the game when I entered it. Like, somebody
Right.
somebody who seemed aware that this maybe could happen. Like, that's how that reads to me. Is it being like, I think this person knew that maybe these pictures get out, and I need to be able to know how to handle this when the time comes. And, like, I feel like J-Law, the other people that, like, flipped out about it, was like, oh, you thought that this was never gonna get out because you didn't want it to happen. Like you could will it to not happen. It's like that's how I think you thought. Is that like you're too famous and too powerful to allow this to happen? Like that's how it reads to me. And it's like, no, you're not. You're obviously not. It's like that's not how the internet works. The internet is full of monsters, and they know all of your secrets.
Holy fuck! That was 2014, my dude.
Yeah,
Holy fuck me, man. That was a long time ago.
yeah, that was a while ago.
I've never heard the name Celebgate as an alternative to the fact.
That Celebgate.
I've never heard that.
That Celebgate is what those entertainment channels called it.
They used that because they couldn't say, yeah.
Well, no, it's because they didn't want to piss off and kind of like make light. Because like, fappening is making light of the situation, and they didn't want to piss off their bread and butter celebrities by saying that shit. But
Okay, so we have some of the people on that were Jennifer Lawrence, of course, Kate Upton,
that
Mary Elizabeth Winstead, Kaylee Kuko, who I feel like Kaylee Kuko probably handled this appropriately, I would imagine.
that's like in the middle of the
'Cause she
Big
just-
Bang Theory too.
I know, but I feel like she would have handled this correctly because one, I totally forgot she was in it.
Yeah, I've no recollection of that.
I find her super funny. I hate Big Bang Theory, and I find her super
Yeah,
don't get me wrong. Like, what's her name? Will is the voice of Harley Quinn. Tara
Strong.
Tara Strong, 100% the authentic best voice for Harley Quinn. But I gotta say, I fucking enjoy Kaylee Kuko's fucking Harley.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Like, I think I think it's very, very strong.
Yeah, I like her interpretation, how she went with it.
I think it's pretty fucking dope. Kind of like that. Like, it's almost like it's very similar, but it's a little more New York, Puerto Rican, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's got a little bit of that flair to it, I guess. And,
yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, I love it. Kristen Dunst, who I don't know why anybody would want to see her naked anyway.
Yeah.
I think she's quite ugly. Jill Scott. I don't know. Ariana Grande, shocker.
Yeah, to the surprise of no one.
Victoria Justice. Yeah, is Victoria Justice the one? Well, no, it says she started legal action. So I wanted to say, was Victoria Justice the one in the Santa hat?
I don't remember. Like,
yeah,
I like all I know is that like some people lost their shit. Like, you know, to a certain extent, like your legal team does have to go after them, like regardless of how you feel about it.
Yeah, that's true.
Like your legal team definitely has to go after these people, and it's like, you know, it's like, again, it's fucked up that it happened, but on the same hand, it's like, yeah, but like, if it matters this much, like, maybe do a little bit of introspection.
Lord of the Glade.
Jesus, I forgot how good looking Kate Upton. Kate Bosworth, Kat Dennings, Kaylee Kuko. I have no idea who the fuck Jordan Danger is.
Yeah,
JoJo, the singer. I know who that is. Jessica Alba was in it. Jenny McCarthy was in it.
What? Was this
Yeah,
was this released in the 90s?
I don't know, but it's. Oh no, this is the third one. Apparently, there was like two or there was.
Yeah, there were
really-
there were a couple more like that's the crazy
yeah.
thing. Is it happened like everybody remembers the big one when it happened, but like
Yeah,
this happened like there were 3 dumps of this.
oh yeah.
Like, which is wild to think about. It's like how did this many people like get this compromised? Like, it's crazy. So crazy.
Jenny McCarthy, Hope Solo, Hillary Duff, Haley J. Williams, Hayden Panettiere, Gabrielle Union, Emma Watson.
I mean, I just want to see.
I feel like Emma Watson would have been a bigger deal with all the pedophilia in the world.
yeah, that is a bit of a.
It's surprising.
I've never even heard of that. Hayden Panettiere, I don't really have any desire to see her naked, but I do want to see what her torso looks like. Because, like,
Actually, it looks like yeah.
yeah, she is confusing to look at.
Yeah, no, I don't like her. I think she's a decent looking girl.
Yeah,
for sure.
I'm
But
not-
I do it.
Yeah.
I do agree that her fucking torso is so confusing.
Yeah, I'm not saying she's not. It's just that, like, it seems like there's, like, 6 inches between her chest and her pelvis. Like, I don't understand how she's put together as a human being, and I'm interested. Like, I want to know, what does your spine look like? Like, I have questions, and none of them are sexual.
You're like, she walks away, and you're immediately like, she's got spina bifida.
Yeah, I'm like, yo, I didn't want to tell you this, but she's got spina bifida. It's all fucked up back there. Like, oh my god, like,
That one, Emily Ratajkowski. She was Ben Affleck's like side piece in Gone Girl.
oh yeah.
And I think she was in like that one of those. She was in a couple music videos. I mean, she's done other things.
She was in the Blurred Lines music video.
That's it.
Well,
Thank you.
That's
Blurred Lines.
that's why she was picked to be in Gone Girl. It is because of the Blurred Lines music video. Interestingly enough.
Thank you. I was looking for that. I mean, she was fine in Gone Girl.
Yeah, I mean, they picked her for a specific reason, and I think they nailed it.
It worked out.
Yeah,
It worked out. Emily Browning.
I don't even know who that is.
Yes, you do. She was the lead actress of that god awful Zack Snyder film we were talking about the other day. She was the lead of Sucker Punch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Still, I couldn't like. It's like you say a name, and it's like I have no idea who that is.
Yeah, there's a lot of these ones I don't.
Or it's like, who the fuck are you again?
Oh, shocker, Brie Larson, who I think, like, I like Brie Larson, but I think she's kind of crazy. Like, she's kind of weird. Blake Lively, wasn't it? Jesus.
Why is Brie Larson? Why is that? I know who that is.
Brie Larson. It's Captain Marvel.
Oh yeah. That makes sense. I'm like, why am I not remembering who the fuck that is?
Lively. Becca Tobin, another Glee girl. That makes sense.
I feel
Holy shit.
I feel like there
Avril
was
Lavigne.
Avril Lavigne.
Aubrey Plaza.
What?
Ooh. What? I gotta have to look that up. Jesus Christ.
I don't,
Aubrey Plaza. I have to look that one up. Sorry, Aubrey.
once again, did this happen in the 90s?
Aubrey Plaza is more up to date.
I'm
And Avril Lavigne, I believe, was she 90s? She was 2000.
yeah, no, this happened in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's still relevant, I guess.
yeah, but goddamn, what?
But, it's a weird one. And Anne Hathaway,
King in the woods.
Amber Heard, which shocks no one.
No, yeah, no. Like, I didn't need to even ask.
Yeah, I just assumed.
Yeah,
Ass was in there.
I assumed good old Amber Turd was there. Yo, Amber Turd is
But
the most middle school brutal burn I have heard in a long time. Like, you cannot recover from that.
well, it's the same as if somebody was to instead of calling you an idiot, they call you a dummy. It just stings worse because it's so childish.
It's so good. Amber Turd. Like, goddamn. They just hit you where you lived.
And you know what? I don't think it was her, but you know who's? I wonder how she reacted. Apparently, I was looking at Allison Brie was on. I wonder. I wonder how she actually.
Well, so here's my other question, because like I can only vaguely remember. We won't go into it, but I can only vaguely remember the first group of these.
Yeah.
So like, I'm wondering how many of these were like stills from like films that they've been in, you know? Like, I
Well, I'm sure some of them are. I mean, there's whole I believe there's like whole websites that freeze frame movie things when when they're doing like an actress is doing a sex scene.
Yeah, but
and they put the photos out.
But that's what
still
that's what I mean, is how many of these were that and like made to fluff up these numbers that the like so that like the so like that the news
so the dump was bigger.
Yeah, and so that the news would talk about it more. Like, I don't doubt that it happened, but like I do doubt that it was as bad as the original, mostly because I've only like even vaguely heard that it even happened to, so
I mean, it probably wouldn't. If Amber Heard is on the Fat Thing banging a donkey, it wouldn't surprise me.
No, not even a little bit. Like, she seems insane.
She does. I'm sorry. That lady seems absolutely fucked up.
Yeah, she seems completely unhinged. I mean, she got buried during that trial. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, which was always going to happen. I don't understand why she didn't just fold immediately, to be totally honest. Don't get me wrong, both of them seem like they're fucking assholes. I'm not trying to sit here and be like, oh, Johnny Depp's such a fucking cool, good guy. No, Johnny Depp seems like a fucking dickhead.
Johnny Depp seems like a total fucking tool.
Yeah, don't get.
Apparently he's not. At least to Kevin Smith, because Kevin Smith worked with him on a couple of occasions.
Well, like
he's been like some.
Well,
I haven't seen the films that he's in, but apparently he thinks he's very nice.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm sure clean Johnny Depp is very nice, but like we're talking about like coked out Johnny Depp.
Yeah, coked out Johnny Depp.
Like, and yeah, I'm sure that guy's an asshole. So it's like, yeah, I'm not surprised that like, but yeah, they both seem like they just suck. Like, so impossibly hard.
Yeah, I didn't really watch that trial or anything. I think I saw like some snippet or something. As you're like cruising through like fucking Instagram, TikTok if you're a small child.
Yeah,
but I think I've seen like some things that were kind of, I guess, people found funny.
Yeah.
But the whole thing just seemed like I'm like, this is a big waste of taxpayer money.
Yeah, but that's what I mean, is that, like, she literally said to, Johnny Depp, and, like, it was recorded, that she's like, oh, I can say whatever I want, and people will believe me, and I can just make shit up. Like, she said that, like, and she knew they had it. It's like, how do you not settle? It's like, you're gonna lose. You literally, like, even if he did something at some point, you're not gonna win. It's like, there's a recording of you saying you're going to frame someone.
Right.
And it's like, don't get me wrong, like, we don't go after people like we should, but, like, when we bury people as Americans, like, when we bury people for that kind of stuff, they stay dead. Like, so it's like, this is very real. Like, hey, like, if you bury him for this and are successful, like, he is cooked forever.
Yeah. Right.
Like, this isn't a thing you come back from. So, like, if you get proven wrong like that, like, it goes the other way. You're done forever. Because, like, we would have burned him for good if we would have found out. But
I agree.
But it's
I mean, hell, I mean, even as shitty as, like, I don't know, I haven't seen the second Aquaman, even though I've been wanting to. Is she even in it? She got pulled, did she not?
no. It was too far along.
Oh, okay. So they just had to deal with it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the Flash and fucking Ezra.
Yeah, they
Weird ass.
just had to live with it. God, that is DC having such rotten luck.
Yeah.
Like, goddamn, your two best properties, you just happen to hire fucking monsters for.
I know.
It's like, goddamn.
And you know what? They totally fucked up. I think after BVS, like, I feel bad for Ben because, like, after BVS, I think they should have fast tracked getting his solo movie into production.
Yeah.
Because, like, I think they fucked him pretty hard.
Oh yeah.
I mean, because I think they could have. He was one of the better parts about it, and I think he was going to write and direct it.
Yeah, they fucked up there.
I think they should have went from PBS to doing, like, maybe some sort of solo film with him and let him do his idea, because we probably would have got a really good movie.
Well, and people don't like Ben Affleck. Like, they should have expected the blowback that they got. Like, Ben Affleck is one of those, like, I've heard a lot of people talk about it, so this isn't like
But why? Why don't they fucking, like,
So,
I don't
I can explain
really
this,
understand
and
what
I
you're saying. I don't know that.
I do understand it. So Ben Affleck, part of the reason why he was so good and perfect in Gone Girl is because he was, like, one of the only people who could play it. Like incredibly, so handsome that he's distant, but just not charismatic enough so that, like, he's kind of got anti-charisma, where he's too good looking to be down to earth, but he's not charismatic enough to connect, and people just don't like him. Like, he's got the same, like, miasma of, like, people just don't like his vibe as people that, like, and Ben Affleck doesn't have any of these qualities, but, like, John Stamos and guy that was in Parks and Rec who banged a 14-year-old. No, banged a 14-year-old back in the day. Handsome older guy. I lost his name. He was in Parks and Rec for a little bit. He's I can't remember. And it's
Rob Lowe.
Rob Lowe. Like,
Rob Lowe.
yeah, so So like,
Hey, dog, Rob Lowe, he'll teach you about Atkins.
yeah. So
Wanna
like,
drop some weight.
so like, he's one of these guys who's so handsome that like you can't avoid them, but they don't have enough charisma that people can connect with them, and they just put off this miasma of like, hey, like I don't like you, like which Affleck has, and like I disagree with that, but like I do understand why people like look at him and don't like him. Like it totally makes sense to me. But like that's why he's perfect in Gone Girl. Is he's got that vibe of like people are just waiting for a reason to not like him. Like a good reason. So like him there being blowback for him being Batman, that was always going to happen because people just don't like him very much. For whatever reason, they look at him, they don't like him. And I feel like DC, because they were under so much scrutiny, like, I feel like they immediately overcorrected. And we're like, oh, like, people don't like him, and the movie's not good, and we gotta, restructure and panic. And it's like, no, like, the movie is bad. Don't get me wrong. But it's like, yes, and people don't like Ben, but they were never going to. It's like, part of the problem is that you made a bad movie. Like, make a good movie and have him in it, you're fine. Like, but yeah, the idea that people like the fact that DC was surprised that this happened is just like, yo, are you fucking not paying attention? Like you made a bad movie. People are already primed and ready to not like Ben Affleck. Like, again, why he's perfect in Gone Girl. Because this is a guy, a philandering asshole who the world was just waiting to turn on. And they just needed a good enough reason to do so. And so, like, I do get it, but, like, DC could not stop stepping on their own dick back then anyway. Like, they fucked up so many times. Like, hopefully, I mean, Marvel's about to keep stepping on their dick, by the way. Like, Marvel is not going to release anything good, probably for the next 5 to 10 years. Like, I think they have... No, they don't even have that. Yeah.
One second.
Yeah. But I can't think of, like, one Marvel project that I'm excited for at all.
Who I am.
Need some Wacky Racers intermission music right here.
Oh, okay, because it's technically...
Because Diaz is working right now.
No.
Whereas I'm playing Total Warhammer 3.
Probably spending. It is 70. But they got even more. Hello?
Yo.
Oh.
You hear me? Yeah.
I hear you.
Yeah. But, like,
Uh,
can you name a Marvel movie off the top of your head? I mean, maybe you can, but I can't. That, like, you're excited for? Yeah. Because I can't even think of any. Let me look.
They So are you just submit? What they? Yeah. Just email them. Oh, you email them, let them know, and then they send you the correct
Deadpool. Okay.
Okay.
Deadpool, but
Okay.
I don't consider that a Marvel movie for,
You get that.
Craven the Hunter. No. Venom, awful.
Check on these rims.
Another.
Off the top of my head, a Marvel movie that what?
I can't think off the top of my head a Marvel movie that I'm excited for. Like well, hold on. Let me qualify that for a moment.
Minus Deadpool.
I don't consider Deadpool a Marvel movie.
Because it was brought into the cinematic universe.
Yeah. Same thing. I don't consider Spider-Verse a Marvel movie either. Which both are sequels. I mean, I can see Deadpool 3 kicking off.
MCU proper?
Well, I can see.
You're talking about like our MCU proper, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Like
is what you're saying?
Yeah.
No. The answer's fucking no. There's nothing off the top of my head that I can think I'm excited for. I'm excited to see what James Gunn does with the DCU.
Yeah.
I am excited about those films and seeing where that goes. I'm glad that there's a bit of a break, to let shit settle. And I'm excited for the Penguin series and whenever, the Batman 2 or whatever the fuck that's going to be called, because I did like the first one. So I'm excited for those. But as far as Marvel goes, the only thing I can think of is Deadpool, which in our scenario doesn't count.
Here's what I think is going to happen. I think Deadpool 3 is going to do extremely well. It's going to be the first Marvel movie to do extremely well. And they are going to pivot and start working on the X-Men and Deadpool portion of things that right now they're not working on. I think it's going to totally pivot their strategy and game plan moving forward, and we're essentially going to get a section of the MCU that's the Ryan Reynolds X-Men MCU. I think that's what's going to happen, because especially in the backdrop of
give me 1 second.
I'm just gonna keep talking. Especially in the backdrop of all of these Marvel movies tanking, like, in the box office. I think that, like, when you come off of all of these movies not making their money back, and then, the Deadpool movie, annihilates a record or two, I think Disney, because they're not in a great position right now. They're kind of taking a beating right now. I can very easily see them pivot to I can very easily see them pivot to a to being like, oh, we got to do what Ryan Reynolds and his team think with this aspect of things. That's what I think is going to happen. Speaking of which,
maybe 5:30, 5:45.
Can I get
something like that? But
how do you trade?
But nothing unsightly.
How do you trade things?
Yeah, I'm down with the.
I want that.
Down with the tax-free shit.
How do you do that? Join war, declare war, trade settlement. I gotta be.
What I was gonna say, I saw there's like a rumor. Apparently, Ryan Coogler, he's a great director. Art is Black Panther and stuff. Apparently, he is signed on for the Black Panther 3, but they're also trying to consolidate his contract because they also want him for X,
Yeah.
which I don't think is a bad thing because he's an excellent film.
Well, like I think they're 100% going to pivot because especially again, like Disney's not doing well right now. I
Well,
think
yeah, because they spent multi-billion-dollars on a Star Wars franchise that outside of the Mandalorian they can't nail down.
yeah, I mean,
So-
yeah, they spent all that money on Star Wars and tanked it. Which, you know,
Well, I'll pick Star Wars for them right now. If you want me to make their life easier, fucking stop what you're doing and just find your Star Wars Kevin Feige and make that Jon Favreau, and you're good.
I mean,
Because that dude
anyone
is talented as shit.
anyone vaguely competent or familiar with Star Wars could fix Star Wars. Like you do not need to be talented to fix Star Wars. Like,
Right, but I'm just saying I think he knows what he's doing.
yeah,
I think Favreau very much knows what he's doing and can stay true to
I agree.
the tone and the feeling of Star Wars. So why not just make him your fight?
The Star Wars fuck up is so inexplicable to me. Like, it's like, hey, all your trilogy had to do is at the end of it, you needed to make it so that there were more space wizards that we could write about. That's all. That's all you needed. You could have done anything in those 3 films. Anything that you wanted. But at the end of it, you needed more Jedi. That's it. That's all you had to do. And they didn't do it. It's like, it's so dumb. It's so unbelievably stupid that, like, you need somebody vaguely competent and they could fix your Star Wars problem. But, what I was saying is that, like, when it comes to Marvel, like, they're going to pivot. Like, Deadpool is going to do too well for them not to be like, oh, all of our shit is not doing great right now. We have to maneuver and change our thinking. Like, because, what was it? The Marvels sucked out loud. You know, and they're putting all their eggs in the Captain Marvel basket, which is psychotic. Like, as a long-term comics fan, that is such an insane decision to me. Because, like, I like Captain Marvel. I like Miss Marvel. I like Carol Danvers. I like Kamala Khan. I think they are great characters. That being said, their book, like, not Miss Marvel's, but Captain Marvel. Carol Danvers' books are some of the most canceled and rebooted books in the history of comics. Like, her books don't last. She doesn't have a following. Like, and then you're going to build your cinematic universe around her. It's like, unless you have stunning analytics on this character, that is such a massive mistake. Like, that is not learning from history 101. Like, it's like, this character has a history of having trouble finding an audience. Like, maybe you shouldn't pin your hopes of your multi-billion-dollar, if not trillion-dollar empire on her.
Well, it's too. You have to realize. I mean, think about how fucking great. What was the last event? Endgame or whatever.
Yeah.
Think about how fucking amazing that movie was from beginning to end. Except you have this, like, during the final battle. Remember when they, like, made a point to go out of their way to have their women are strong moments and be all woke and shit.
Well, like
I think that's why they wanted to they wanted to lead it so much, you know, that to be a little woke.
well,
And it's fine. I don't mind. I don't mind. But you know, female led film, that doesn't fucking bother me whatsoever. I just, like, there's something about like I like Brie Larson a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I get it. I get why she's in it. I think she's a talented actress. Like, have you ever seen Room?
Oh yeah, The Room, incredible film.
Room is absolutely incredible, and she's incredible in it. The thing, like that shit you were saying about Ben Affleck, extremely good looking but kind of unlikable. I'm like on the fence. I don't know if like she is likable or if she is just kind of a talented, pretty face that's a major cunt. Because I have a like outside of Room, and then like her little like when she's in a comedy, I like her. But like when she's not a comedy, I don't think she has much charm.
Well, I think that she is. Well, she's very bristly. Like,
Yes, yeah. I'm working on these, and I'm just trying to get other people to like it. I have noticed that since it kind of started popping up a little bit again. At least like when people inquire, that's always can't always get into purchase, but they always inquire about the vault, which is nice. I mean, I like it when they say I like it when they say I 50 hats and say nothing about vault. That's my favorite. But yeah, that's all right. But oh yeah, we're good. Content, we're good. All right, you got it.
Yeah, it's all right. But no, I agree with you. She is very bristly and unlikable to a certain like. She went out of her way, in my opinion, to be annoying to the male fans. Well, she went out of the way to be annoying to, the Chud fans who are going to be annoyed that she's an outspoken.
Thank you.
But like, it's again like when you're talking about Marvel and Star Wars, and like I've talked about this with my wife and a couple other women, and their argument is always the same. And while I do understand, I think my point is better. Is that they're like, well, they're trying to find an audience and trying to like diversify things and this, that, and the other. And I'm like, okay, like I understand that, and I understand why it is a strategy, but I don't think it's a good strategy for these properties, because like the reason that they're like, you have to cater to the audience that you have, because if you don't, they will leave. So you have
I agree with you on that. I feel like you have to crawl before you walk. Like,
but
I mean, it's like when we were talking about fucking like those Fallout and Twisted Metal. Like it's like I feel like even though I'm not super familiar with any of those games, even though I think I watched you play a few hours of like
you probably watched me play a little bit of New Vegas. Yeah,
I watched you play some New Vegas for a few hours. Like I was like keeping an eye on it, and that is outside of like seeing screenshots and like trailers and shit, was the only context I had for this. Any of the games was the New Vegas 3 to 4 hours I kind of watched it play.
Yeah,
but I can already tell this is a whole new story which they just followed all the tones and hit the marks and made something original to where the fans, the diehard fans, are going to accept it. But at the same time, nobody needs any type of context or backstory to make it work.
Yeah. Well, so this is kind of my like. So you have like, I understand reaching out for more of an audience when you're small, but like when you're a multi-billion-dollar industry, like you can diversify and be like, hey, we're gonna try, this, that, and the other to see if we can bring in more people to this thing. And like, yeah, that makes sense. You should do that, but like your pillars that you're working around, like, you're stupid if you're not catering to the audience that made the property worth billions of dollars. Like,
No, I agree.
like Star Wars because you're courting an audience that might not exist, and as we found out, doesn't exist. Like, that woke sci-fi loving and comic book loving audience, what did we find out? We found out that they exist on Twitter and nowhere else because because these movies are tanking. And it's like, oh, like you made a big play for an audience that you didn't know if they existed or not. And now you're finding out the hard way that they don't exist. That those Twitter numbers weren't real. And that you you probably shouldn't have fucked with your bread and butter. And like
well, it's all Facebook activism. It's all keyboard activism, bro. It's, about all that shit. That's all it is. These are not the people that are putting fucking money in your pocket. So I totally get what you're saying. And they're catering to a very small. They're just trying not to get slammed and become fucking clickbait. But then they're getting fucking criticized because then everybody else is like, "This is horse shit and it sucks." Like it's fucking just straight up bad.
That's the thing though, is that I'm surprised by this because I would have thought that Disney and all they are amoral companies. Like, they don't give a fuck about anything. Like, Apple uses slave labor. So I'm just surprised that when it comes to their bank account, they would be so willing to posture like that. I would have thought that the bean counters would have been like, hey, I don't give a fuck about your artistic vision. You're gonna make it for these basement chuds, and you're gonna put a goddamn smile on your face about it. Like, I would have bet money that that's what would have happened. And the fact that it hasn't, and it doesn't seem like anyone's slamming on the brakes and being like, hey, we fucked up, we fired all these dumb fucks, we paid Robert Downey Jr. A fucking, a king's ransom to come back as Iron Man. Please stop dunking on us. Like, I would have thought that would have happened 2 years ago. And
just been like, we're sorry.
But,
sorry.
But no, they put their heads down. They dug their heels in, and were like, you're gonna eat it, and you're gonna fucking like it. Like, they decided that no, the children are wrong. that they're the ones that are out of touch, and which just shocks me. It's like, why would you? Why? Like, this is where you're gonna dig your heels in? This is the fight that you want to have? Like, it's like you could be making all of... Imagine if they didn't fuck up that original Star Wars trilogy. How much money would they be making on Star Wars right now?
Well, I mean, they would have made their money. They would have made what they. I mean, they might have. It might have already paid for itself. But how much did they pay Lucas for the rights?
Well, I don't know if it has, because you got to put into account the cost of making it.
You're putting. You're talking about a pretty extreme amount of money to make it, advertise it.
Yeah,
but you also have to think. I mean, at least, how much did The Force Awakens?
Yeah, don't get me wrong.
I want to know that. What did it make in the United States? What was the box office sold? Because I mean, the biggest thing is the Chinese government going to allow your film to exist in their country? if the answer is yes, and it's something like Star Wars, I feel like you have a halfway decent chance of hitting your numbers. But if they blackball it for any reason, you're kind of fucked.
Yeah, well,
Like those overseas numbers count for a lot.
yeah, and
when it comes to the overall grossing of a movie.
And once again, you're pitching all this woke nonsense to your American audience while courting a government that uses slave labor. and has concentration camps. Like it's so hypocritical that it's funny. Like you kind of have to just laugh about it because it's so dark. Like what was it? One of the funniest things I read was like somebody had a tweet where like if I wrote about a dystopian company who destroyed mom and pop businesses and their corporate symbol was a smirk, my editor would shoot it down for being too on the nose. which I find deeply funny. But yeah, it's like I'm not like I was huge into Star Wars. Huge.
Oh yeah. You and me both, brother.
I knew everything about Star Wars. Like I knew an annoying amount about the lore. Like it was frustrating how much I knew about Star Wars. And I'm just sitting there like I haven't even seen The Last Jedi. Like because so many people all said the same thing to me. Well, that and the second one.
Spoiler alert, it sucks.
Yeah. So many people were like, don't watch it. It's not even going to make you angry. It's just going to make you sad. Like they weren't even like, hey, it's going to be funny to watch me get worked up about it. They're like, you're not even going to get worked up. You're just going to be sad. Like,
it wasn't fantastic. And I mean, I even forget which one, because I mean, they brought back, Hamill, which is great. I mean, who the fuck doesn't love Mark Hamill?
Well, I mean, they brought him back,
it was just...
and what? And then like killed him off. Like that second movie is what killed me. Like I was done with Star Wars.
Was that the second movie where they killed him off? I forget.
Yeah.
I've literally done. I think I've done 2 viewings of The Force Awakens and 1 each of the other 2. That I don't. They all blend together for me, pretty much, except the first one. The first one I remember. A little bit better.
I watched the second one, and the plot was so nonsensical and stupid that like I was just sitting there and I'm like, I hate this. This doesn't make any sense. And again, I am a connoisseur of dog shit sci-fi. So like the fact that I'm sitting there and being like, yo, this plot is the Rolk's saying the lightning baton tonfa. The first one, and like even walking out the first one, I was like, hey, like Rey's a little bit Mary Sue. I'm a little worried about that, but like I kind of brushed it off, and then like all of my fears got confirmed, and I'm like, oh, good. I'm so happy I was right about this. Like. It's like, god damn it. Like, all you had to do was not step on your dick. That's all you had to do. But, yeah, it was just,
it ain't great.
Like, I don't understand the plot of that movie to the point of it being insanely annoying. Like, they totally throw out any, like, canon of how any of this works. It doesn't make any sense. I don't understand. Rolk put in. He's probably doing voice to text, so he just has an inexplicable message on here that I was trying to read and understand, and I'm just like, what the fuck does this even mean? Yeah, so I got sidetracked by that because my brain was trying to process it. But yeah, so like it's like you just threw out the lore and like it doesn't make sense in its own universe. Like, how are people supposed to like understand what the stakes are? Because okay, so I'll get into it because it's annoying to me and I'm worked up now. So
that's fine. I'm about it. Man, I love talking about this shit, especially all worked up.
How
I'm trying to explain some shit. Like, this is the problem. This is like the main problem with our relation, like me and Amanda's relationship. It's something like I know in her heart of hearts, she don't give a fuck about none of this shit.
Yeah.
But I just told her, I was like, hey, sometimes I just need you to fucking let me get it out.
yeah,
I'm not yelling at you.
I need to
I'm
get
not
the
doing
venom
nothing
out.
like that. Yeah, I'm just expressing my inner feelings about this. It's not like if I'm sounding worked up, if I'm sounding mad, it's not targeted towards you. I'm just speaking out loud what is in my brain.
Yeah,
Like, but I know in her heart of hearts, she doesn't give a flying.
not a single shit
Not
was
a
given
flying-
that day.
She does not give a shit about the one scene in Endgame that I thought ruined almost the entire fucking film.
Yeah.
She doesn't care.
Doesn't care at
Like,
all.
she doesn't. She's like, all right, fucker, I'm gonna fucking, why don't you just shut, okay, all right, okay, That's if she lets me get it out. Normally it's like, you yelling.
Yeah,
Like, I'm not.
I'm not yelling. You're yelling. Fuck you.
I'm not. You're yelling. I love you very much.
But, so like, okay, let's break down the plot of this dumb fucking movie. Tony Stark didn't. People that died of radiation. What the fuck are you talking about, Rolk? Died of radiation? He died because he used a magic infinity stone and his body couldn't take it. and it broke. That's what happened.
Who are you talking about?
Roll.
I can't have Twitch on, chat on, and
All right.
the Discord at the same time. Otherwise, I'll get feedback.
Rolk said he hates how he has to explain to people that Tony Stark died of radiation in Endgame. What the fuck are you talking about right now? All right, moving on. I can't let Rolk sidetrack me like this. But
I know, right? Hey, Rolf, do you want us to explain
He
the
didn't-
ending of
he didn't
Inception
die
to
of
you?
he didn't die of radiation. That's not how radiation poisoning works.
Did he understand Inception?
No.
I came out of the theater and people were like, I don't get it. Like, I was coming out of the theater and such and explaining it to people. I'm like, it was a dream and a dream. Never mind. Go fuck yourself. Enjoy your life. I didn't find it that hard, but whatever.
He died of massive third-degree burns that he got from using a fucking magic stone. Like, he got burned so badly that his armor fused to him. It wasn't the radiation that got him. But anyway, so let's break down this second movie. So they are on the run from the First Order. A renegade military force is chasing them. They at this point are established as the proper military. Like, the rebels became like whatever form of government. Like, that was the new government. So like, these are.
Weren't all the Jedis in hiding or some shit?
Yeah,
still?
well, they start to come out of hiding after the Empire falls, but regardless, is that the new, like, the military that Leia is part of shouldn't be still considered the rebels, because they're not. Like, the First Order are rebelling against the proper government. And, like, yeah, I get it. They destroyed a couple of planets in the first film, but like they're still an outlier force. Like the main brunt of the military is the force that Leia is a part of. So like they're on the run and they're like, yeah, we're the rebels. They outnumber us. It's like, no, they don't. They're not the government. Like, why can't you call in other ships? Like every government that was under the Empire's heel should be coming to help you. And they're just not? Like, no, that breaks the internal logic of the politics of Star Wars right there. It's like, well, why is the First Order suddenly the de facto power in the galaxy? Like, no one explained it, and more importantly, they're not. Even from their own internal logic, they're not. So it's like, okay, why are some of the most important figures of the new government on the run? Like, with no assistance coming. It's like that doesn't make any sense just off the break. And then you're telling me that the other two main characters are going to escape that ship, which can't seem to run away fast enough, have a bunch of adventures on other planets, and then make it back to the ship that's chasing them. What? Like, it's impossible for you to get help, but someone escaped that ship, went and had an adventure somewhere completely different, and then got to the... It's like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. It's like, why didn't they just call a flotilla or, you know, some other navy to come help you? It's like, it's never discussed. It's never explained. So it's like, you know, them escaping from that ship and getting on the other ship, like, even that would break the internal logic of Star Wars. But, like, that would at least, like, make sense. That it's like, oh, we have this MacGuffin that makes it happen. It's like, okay, cool, no problem. But, like, the whole thing doesn't make any fucking sense. You're talking about a fringe military power that has, you know, the bad will of the galaxy because they're the remnants of a totalitarian government that no one liked. And you're telling me no one is coming to help you? You have no forces available to support you? And, like,
No.
It's like, no.
No.
The answer is that you couldn't come up with an original idea. So you went...
Let me tell you.
Yeah, so you went with, oh, well, what worked in all the... Oh, well, they're the rebels. And it's like, no, they're not. They're not the rebels.
Yeah.
They're the proper government. They are the democratically elected government of the galaxy. That is explicitly what they are. But somehow they have no forces to support them against this fringe military power that you all but destroyed in the first one. Like, these are the remnants of the Empire. And, like, you're telling me no one can help you? Like, I just... So, like, it's dumb off the break, and then no one can help you to the point of, like, needing to go, like, do something to like, save it. And, like, you go to another planet to do something and then somehow catch up. Like, it's so dumb. It's so fucking dumb. And, like, everybody got caught up on the wrong parts of what was stupid about that movie. They're like, oh, fucking Prince Leia's Superman. And I'm like, fuck you. I'm like, that
I didn't even think that was Superman. I just thought it was. I called it Jesus.
well, like, and here's the thing: at least that made some modicum of internal sense in the logic of Star Wars. Like, in the logic of Star Wars, you can at least be like, oh, hey, maybe, like, Luke does talk about training her in, at the end of...
Well, I mean...
At the end...
I mean, granted, I know they threw away... I know they threw away a lot of the, like, you know, the books and stuff once they brought the property and they picked and chose what was canon and what wasn't canon.
Yeah.
But isn't she relatively powerful in her own fucking right?
Not really. Luke is definitely the chosen one, but like Leia does have a level of ability. So like it's not ridiculous that, you know, that Leia might have been trained at some point. Like that's not crazy. So like the fact that everybody got caught up on that, and then you had this, like, new, super abrasive character, and it's like, oh, she's a strong woman, and she's telling all these men, you know, what's good, and it's like, yeah, if Leia was doing that, there's no problem.
I buy it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I buy it.
It's like, more importantly, you have a character established who is on that, in that flotilla, that the fandom likes, and if he would have died the same way that she did, people might have actually cared in Admiral Akbar. Like,
right.
Like, I might have actually cared what happened, but no, you decided to, like, kill him off screen because whoever's in charge of this clearly, like, doesn't understand Star Wars, or whoever's letting someone who does understand it is just letting them make fucking mistakes for no reason. But, like, it's just like you totally undermined all of your scenes that should have had any kind of emotional impact. And, like, I don't understand it. I don't understand how a company that has that much money, that spent that much money, which should have had one very simple goal again. The goal is more space wizards to talk about.
Yeah.
That, like, they're so desperate and fucked up that, like, and they fucked up their storyline so much that, like, the next movie with Jedis in it is going to be based in the Old Republic. So you need to go to a whole different time period because you can't tell a Jedi story in what you set up. And then, almost as bad, if not worse, this next movie starring Rey, you have to undermine the three movies that you made, and she's going to make a new Jedi Order. Something that...
This was my problem with Rey, overall. Like, I tend to agree with you, and honestly, I don't know what they were thinking as a whole, because, well, granted, you know way more about
hold
Star
on.
Wars
Let me before you talk about Rey, just let me finish the thought.
Okay.
So those last three movies are all about burning the past and that the Jedi Order was bad. Like, and Rey agrees with this idea. And so you're going to have to retroactively make your most recent movies mean nothing. So every extreme thing that you did, killing Han Solo, Carrie Fisher died, so I mean, yeah, you killed her off, but you kind of had to. You killed off Mark, so you killed off all of these legacy characters, saying, hey, you need to burn the past, make something new, and then you have to eat crow and have none of these characters available to you now because you decided to burn it. Yeah, because you fucked it up so bad that you have to undermine your point of the movies you made. So it's like, so those 3 movies, not only did they fail, but now you have to go and be like, hey, they were a bad idea with your next movie. Like, it's so bad. But yeah, what were you saying about Rey?
Well, I mean, honestly, I don't think like Force Awakens or Rey or any of that shit should have ever really happened. Like, you want to create some new characters off the cuff, that's fine. And maybe this is a terrible motherfucking idea because you are infinitely more knowledgeable about the whole lore of Star Wars and books and stuff. But I have read or listened to a couple, and the route I thought they were going to go, and I was really, really excited, is I thought, like, the legacy characters, we were going to get back. We were going to get Han, we were going to get Luke, we were going to get, you know, and Leia. Like, I thought all that shit was going to happen, but I thought they were going to be there in a supporting fashion, and the entire new trilogy was going to revolve around Jason Solo and Ben Skywalker.
Well,
And I think that would have been the proper way to go for me, because it branches off. Because think about it. It's like it's really hard outside of an extreme. You might accept them for a while, like, you know, like when Grayson is Batman, okay, but you know it's not going to last forever, and you deal with it because he was Robin.
Yeah.
But the only other person that puts on, or the only other character ever created to put on the cape, cowl, and the whole nine and call themselves Batman, that you fucking, I guarantee that you fully accept, is Terry McGinnis. And why is that? Because you still had the wonderful Kevin Conroy playing old decrepit old Batman fucking in his ear the whole time.
Yeah.
And still around until your brain was like, okay, Terry
is Batman.
He's accepted by Bruce, and Terry is Batman. So if you have, you know, Han, Leia, and Luke, and whoever the fuck his wife is, I don't remember, but and they're kind of going on these buddy cop, you know, space wizard fucking adventures together because they're both obviously talented with the Force. I think sooner or later, as you know, your actors, your legacy characters, you know, just naturally get older and die in real life, you have a wonderful stepping stone into the future with these 2 characters that are legit bloodline. So you even have an up on Terry McGinnis, who apparently is bloodline. But that, we didn't know that until later.
So what? That's not a bad idea because that's, you know, that's what the books did, and they were pretty well loved. My take on it and what I would have done, like, let's say you're hell-bent on these new characters, which I don't think is as terrible of an idea as it, because the execution was so bad, it just ended up being terrible. But what I think, if you're hell-bent on this, I think that the way to go about it was you incorporate Rey in a similar way that they did, but they didn't do it right, in my opinion. I think Rey should have been one of Palpatine's clones. So you're kind of
that could be cool.
So you're kind of cribbing off of the old lore and adding to it. So so Rey is one of Palpatine's clones, and like at some point, you know, she has to battle like Palpatine's Force ghost of like trying to take her over, essentially. But I think you have, you know, even like Ben Solo kind of going to the dark side, and like I don't think that's a bad idea, but I think the position of where Luke should have been is, you know, obviously he shouldn't have tried to kill Ben because that's fucking stupid. Like,
right,
this is a guy who wouldn't kill Darth Vader. Like, and he had a bad dream, so he's gonna kill his nephew. Fuck you. Like, no. So
I
like,
thought Jason was my
yeah.
nephew.
So like,
You said Ben. Ben's his son.
whoever
Isn't it?
I
It's Jason. It's Ben Skywalker. Yeah, it's Jason.
who
So you're talking about Jason.
whoever I'm mixing up names, but whoever Kylo Ren is supposed to play, like
Oh, yeah.
like
It's
bullshit.
supposed to be Jason.
Yeah, like bullshit. Like that's just bullshit. Like that doesn't make any sense. That's what happened. But what I think is that, you know, Kylo gets lured to the dark side and, you know, comes back and fucks up, you know, Luke's order.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry. I was getting a phone call.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Go.
Yeah, like he fucks up Luke's order, and I think Luke should be like in the rebuilding process, and that's kind of why he's sidelined for the most part. And you build off of Rey being, you know, one of the first Jedi Knights to go back out into the world. And like you keep Luke where he is. You make your new character extremely impactful because she's the first one going out there as like an emissary to the Jedi. So like she's super important. But like you don't undermine Luke and like you don't make the Jedi and everything else like kind of like they make them stupid in like they make fools of the Jedi in the new movies, which just isn't necessary. So it's just such a dumb decision that they didn't have to make. And like, yeah, you chose such a dumb way to go about this. And again, at the end, you don't have new space wizards to make movies about, which should have been your only goal. Like that what should have been your only marching orders of, hey, do whatever you want, but at the end of this, we need more Jedi to work with. Like that should have been understood, and no cut of that movie that, you know, made it out should have been allowed to come out unless that was accomplished. And like the fact that they allowed it to happen is just crazy to me. Like I don't understand it. It's annoying from a business and fan perspective. And then like, you know, everything gets fucked up and it doesn't work out. And they're like, oh, why don't they like Star Wars anymore? Star Wars is not cool anymore. It's like, no, this is what I talked about with, I talked about this with Rolk a little bit when we were talking about video games and DLC. Is that like, look, you can be the best cake maker in the world. You can make the most perfect cakes, and the only place the people can get those cakes are from you. So you're great. You're the best. Everyone talks about how much they love your cakes. But at a certain point, if you start sticking your dick into the cake, people aren't going to want to buy it anymore. Now, there's going to be some people who are going to be like, well, you just cut around it and you ignore it, and you know you eat the parts of the cake. You eat the parts of the cake that he didn't stick his dick in, and it's like, but for certain people, they're not going to want to eat that cake because you stuck your dick in it. So like that's how I feel about Star Wars at this point. Is that like, yes, it's still Star Wars. Yes, I could pick and choose the parts of Star Wars that I like, but at the end of the day, I have to look around and be like, yeah, well, there's a big piece of this cake that they stuck their dick in, and they're asking me to live with it, which I'm not certain I can do. So
well, in my book, delicious.
Yeah. So it's like, you know, that's how I feel about Star Wars. And like that's how a lot of people feel about like DLC in video games. It's like yeah, you could eat around it, but like at the end of the day, all you had to do was not stick your dick in it. And I'd be okay with
We're
it.
all good.
Yeah.
It's all good.
So that's my my analogy. I feel like it holds up pretty well.
No, I dig it. I dig it.
But
I don't think it's wrong.
yeah, so that's like I don't understand. Like it's confusing and irritating because it's such an unnecessary own goal on themselves that it's like this was such an easy mistake to not make. It's like you didn't need to do this. Like you chose for some inexplicable reason to fuck this up. It's like I
did.
don't know why you chose to fuck this up, but you did.
And you know what? Like, I'm gonna tell you what. They definitely fucked it up because I fucking absolutely, especially as a child, like I adored them.
Yeah, I couldn't
I
get
got
enough
a
of it.
bunch. Yes, exactly. I could not get enough of Star Wars. I don't in my past. Like, you know, some people they get a fucking childhood toy and they remember it forever and how much they loved it. I didn't get that toy. I don't remember fuck all what my parents bought for me as a child. I'm sure it was great, but I don't remember it. You know what I do remember? The one time when I was a fairly small child and VHS was prices were to the moon for
Oh,
that
yeah.
time period.
Mhm.
These motherfuckers, I got one Christmas present. One. And you know what it was?
Master of
The Star Wars trilogy box set, which probably cost them more than I deserved.
Oh,
And it's the only thing I remember. And it was the beautiful, like, 3 cassette, had the whole box, had the different covers. It
yeah,
was
that
gorgeous.
special edition one. Fuck yeah.
Yes,
I remember
it
that
was
one.
gorgeous.
Yeah.
And I had it forever. Probably would be worth, you know, I know VHSs aren't worth the money that they, with the materials that they anymore, the
That
materials they've used to make them are more
That-
expensive than what the VHS is.
oh, that's
But I
actually
feel
changing.
I
now.
would have. Oh, really?
Yes.
Then maybe retroactively, my girlfriend's a fucking genius because I have to look at a bunch of fucking VHSs forever.
She might be. She holds on to them for another 10, 15 years, and she might be proved
Well, trust
fucking
me, bro.
genius.
Unless she dies in a car accident or something, God forbid, knock on wood. Trust me, they're gonna be around till the day she fucking dies. She love having her VHSs around.
Yeah, those are gonna turn around. Yeah, those toy lightsabers. Of course, you animals broke all of them. Like, there is no way one of those retractable lightsabers lasted a day in that house.
Oh.
And you know, I think Bill's a really smart guy, but he is dumb for buying those. Those were clearly a waste of money for you.
Well, yeah, man, I got that box set, and it's the only childhood present that I actually remember getting. And I watched those tapes so much, I don't think they even would have, if they still existed, I don't even think they would actually work. Like, I watched the fucking,
Oh yeah, like
and I loved it. I loved it so much, and I hate it because now, like, I think they fucked it up so bad to an extent where I'm not even really that angry. I just don't really give a fuck anymore.
yeah, like
I just don't. They beat me to a point where I'm not angry. I just don't care about what you're doing.
yeah, like I don't know that I'm excited to share Star Wars with my kid. Like, I don't know that I even care, like, enough to do so.
Yeah.
That, like, you know, if they if they discover it on their own and I'm like, oh yes, or like maybe I'll be fine with it, but like I don't know that I care enough to to be like, oh yeah, this is a thing that I love, so you know we're gonna share. Like I don't feel that way about it.
And
Yeah.
I know it sounds weird because I know just the other day, I believe we even said it on pod about how fucking impressed and awesome the love I have for fucking Mandalorian.
Yeah,
And how some of these things are actually, they're okay. Like Book of Boba Fett, both of us enjoyed it fine. And
yeah, the Clone
shit
Wars
like
show.
like Clone Wars show. Like there's things in Star Wars that I like.
Also,
Like I am beaten into such submission. Like I don't know if I'll ever be able to actually recapture that fucking like
the
absolute diehard love that I had for it.
Yeah, I feel the same way. Rolk is also correct in saying, and this is just showing that apparently Hollywood won't let him work on Star Wars, because as we know, Rolk writes a bunch of movies. How do you end up with a monster truck movie powered by monsters, unless he wrote it, obviously. But he was like a Days of Thunder style pod racing movie. Obviously, that should exist.
You know what? I would go see that.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
I would go see that. Yeah, I would. I don't know if God knows I wouldn't. I don't know if it would be good, but I would definitely fucking watch it.
Yeah, I'd watch the shit out of it. I have no idea if it would be any good, but I definitely see it.
Now that's pod racing.
Yeah. Now this is pod racing. So yeah, like I don't even know if I feel that way about Star Wars anymore. Where like I'd go out of my way because like, you know, how old is that stuff gonna be? Like The Mandalorian, for example. Like,
right.
Is that gonna hold up by the time my kid's old enough to like watch it?
Give a fuck.
And and like it? Like I don't know. Like they might not. Like it might be like the time might have come and gone by the time they can watch it. So it's like so
they might have just totally shot themselves in the foot.
Yeah, like unless they do like a 180 and like even then like maybe The Force Awakens.
But I mean, do you know how they'll have to put out a Star Wars movie and it will have to kick so much ass for me to care.
Yeah.
It just like I will have to like there will have to be multiple fucking people, critics, regular people, you know, people that are not critics that just give me their opinion. There will have to be people that I trust that are literally basically slapping me in the face and be like, "You need to go to the theater and see this thing in the theater before you regret."
Yeah, people will have to be sucking this movie's dick.
Correct, because like Greg Murph told me that Andor was fantastic, and that he's like, it's really strong, it's really good. I still to this day have not watched that series.
Yeah, I mean,
and I trust him. Me and him have very similar tastes,
like
as far as like what we like, don't like. We have some disagreements, but I trust him on that front. It's probably great, but I still haven't even given a fuck to steal it.
Yeah, I don't.
Watch it.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care enough about Star Wars to watch it. Like it. Like I have heard. I mean, I even was like I had to prompt you on that being a Star Wars movie last time we did this. Like because you're like it starts with an A. So like I'm even aware and have been aware that Andor is really good. But like because it's Star Wars, I haven't seen it yet. Because like it's like, oh, this show's really good, and it's like, yeah, but it's Star Wars, and I'm not sure that I care anymore. Like, that's how fucked up that property is I went from someone who loves Star Wars and was so about it to a person that it's like, oh, that's Star Wars? I'm not watching it because it's Star Wars. And it's
Right.
like, I don't...
It's Disney Star Wars.
Yeah, it's like, I'm not sure I want to invest my time and, you know,
Orders.
like, that's how fucked up that series is to me at this point. Is that I'm not even sure that it actively is hurting properties to be attached to it. Like, that's crazy to me. If you would have told me that because something good is from the Star Wars universe, that I won't like it 10 years ago, I would have laughed in your face. Like, it would have been ludicrous.
Yeah, for sure.
But, yeah, it's like, I don't think the brand is so... Like, I think the Disney brand might be too damaged. Because I played those Jedi Survivor games, and I love them. They're great. But yeah, like something that is officially Disney-made, Disney Star Wars. Like, it takes me so long. And like something like The Mandalorian. Like,
Yeah.
people need to be like talking such good game about that before I'm like, okay, I'll look at it. Like, it's such a chore at this point to get me to care.
No
Yeah.
mercy.
And like,
Yeah, no, it's hard.
and
I mean, and that's, you know, it's very much. That's why I'm grateful. Like, even though there was some good in it, like, I'm not saying it was all dog shit. We talked about it yesterday. Like, the whole
Lord
like
of
DCEU, like, that's a property I deep, like,
yeah,
you know, like, I like to this day, like, it's so embedded in me that, and loving it and the characters that, you know, even the bad ones, I just like it doesn't taint it so
Yeah.
terribly for me. But maybe that's because I have so much, you know, it originated in comics. It didn't originate in movies.
yeah,
But I think that's what it was. Like, you know, the like BVS for all the cool fucking shit that was in it. And there's a lot of good at BVS. Like, that fucking, you know, fan cut is actually quite watchable
Yeah.
in a lot of ways. And it is really, really good. And, you know, you can't fix the Martha beer. You can't. It like, if you're going to do a fan cut, like, the movie, you're going to have no ending. It's impossible to get around. But, like, if they wouldn't have fucked it up so bad, like BVS, if that would have been, like, airtight fucking awesome, I mean, Cavill's probably still Superman. Everybody's still part.
I don't think.
You know what I mean?
I don't even think BVS needed to be airtight. I think it just needed to not suck.
Yeah.
I think it just needed to be okay, and it would have been fine.
Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, you're probably right. But, I mean, it's just...
Master of the wild hunt.
Oh, by the way, I mean, I know we're talking about Star Wars. I don't want to get off topic. I was like trying to pull movies from my head that I thought, like, Zack Snyder kind of like, you know, I said, like, the Living Dead one or whatever
Yeah.
the fuck it was pretty fucking good. The other one that obviously everybody's going to hang their hat on that I thoroughly enjoyed was 300. Like, 300, I think 300 is very good.
Yeah, for sure.
And that was Snyder, right? Snyder's 300.
Yes. Yeah, I believe so.
And so that one. But yeah, you want to fix Star Wars? Just give it to Zack Snyder.
But yeah. By the way, Rolk here's his pod racing pitch. Old grizzled man with
It is Zack Snyder.
Old grizzled man with no legs lost at a pod race was the greatest pod racer ever. Will help the new main character in the movie. His name, Dale Starhart.
Wow, I love it.
Perfect.
See, I'm telling you, man. This is why I think Rolf is just.
This is why he's employed in Hollywood.
He's that secret millionaire that is
Yeah.
just like,
Working on cars. Bullshit.
yeah, you owe me thousands of dollars for your fucking
Orders are
quick
acceptable.
pay.
Retroactively charging you. But yeah, it's just like how I don't understand how
Deepwood welcomes
like how do you fuck that up that hard? How do you fuck up Star Wars that hard? Like it's so bad.
I mean, obviously, it's pretty easy to do.
yeah, well, I mean, they did it. I mean, it's kind of impressive that they did it. Like it just
Well, there's another one. There's a fucking another one that I think is actually, yeah, it's kind of a Zack Snyder scenario. Can we talk about fucking J.J. Abrams? Why have we not mentioned him? He was the fucking mastermind that kicked off this fucking shit show that is now Star Wars, but he has just faded in the background and is not taking any fucking heat
yeah.
for it. Like Abrams, like even fucking he's another one. I think he is a fantastic writer. I think he is super creative. He has a fucking lot of really good ideas, and I think he is talented. He can't write an ending to save his mother fucking life. Gun to his head. Hey, end Lost. Oh, I know that like 2-3 years ago I said they weren't dead and they weren't in purgatory. Guess what happened? They got to the end where they were going to get canceled. Panic because they didn't, I guess over fucking 7 goddamn seasons or whatever it was, they didn't think about the goddamn ending. Oh, let's just, they're in purgatory. Like, he can't stick the landing.
I disagree. I think JJ,
Really?
I think he's a fucking hack.
Really?
I think, well, and
I love Lost.
well,
I loved it.
And here's the thing. I think he's a hack because, like, I think he could be good, but his ideology and methodology of writing is flawed, and it fucks him up. Like J.J. Abrams and his stupid fucking mystery box is such a flawed concept, and I think it's very, very easy to make a bunch of things if you don't need to make an ending. And because he doesn't care about making an ending and never plans for it, he's able to plant all these seeds of like, oh, what could it be? And like all of those things are interesting in a vacuum. But if you don't stick the landing, they shift from being interesting ideas to being bad ideas. And like you know, as much as I've shit on the second movie, you know, it's not the director and the writer's fault. It's that like he went to JJ and was like, "Hey, what are the, like, what ideas were you going with? What are the endings to these stories that you set up?" And JJ just he's like, nothing, do whatever you want. And he's like, yeah, but what were you setting up here? And essentially he got nothing because J.J. Abrams had no idea. Because he didn't bother. Because his stupid fucking mystery box idea of how to write things is dumber than hell. And it annoys the piss out of me. And it's
you know what? I will give you that. But look, IMDb, okay, obviously screenplay, written by, story by, and, you know, for the Star Wars movies.
Yeah.
Already talked about that. Things that I like by J.J. Abrams. I did like Lost, sans the ending, because it's... You lied to me. You could have... Like, honestly, I would have accepted Lost's ending more if they would have never said shit, and the fans just called it. They should have just let him... They should have just let the internet shit be the internet shit and never addressed it, and I probably would have accepted it. I did like Fringe. I think Fringe was a good series.
Yeah.
And that was created by him. He didn't write every episode, obviously, but it's his baby, and I like Fringe.
Yeah.
Super 8, I don't really remember. I think I saw it once.
It was him trying to be Spielberg, and he's not.
Yeah. He created Alias, but I'm sure he didn't write all of it. And I never watched Alias, but I hear it's good. Mission Impossible 3, which I love the Mission Impossible movies. Mission Impossible 3, I believe, is probably the worst one.
Mission Impossible 3 is the reason why it took 10 years for another Mission Impossible to come out.
Oh shit! We've been talking about that Limp Bizkit life. He got Limp Bizkit to do the Mission Impossible theme for that movie.
Oh God, another reason to hate him.
No,
Uh,
Jesus, he created Felicity. What the fuck? I mean, I remember that was a thing, but I don't even know. Was that a sci-fi movie? What the fuck is some CW shit like that?
no, Felicity was that one where remember she cut her hair and everybody lost their mind?
Champion of the Everqueen.
You remember that, right?
Oh my god. Oh, well, I remember Carrie Russell because Carrie Russell's gorgeous, but
Yeah, she cut all of her curly hair and people lost their shit.
fresh out of high school, follows her high school crush to college to be near him. No, I never watched it, but
I never watched it either,
No,
but I remember that.
We're like, well, all right. 1998 to 2002. So I don't know, man. If it started in 1998, I'm sure I've seen a commercial. I've never seen the show. Sorry.
Yeah, but so yeah,
He wrote the screenplay for Armageddon.
Yep.
No way. Did not know that.
So, like, I think he's a fucking hack. The only caveat that I will say, is that he kicked off the only series of watchable Star Trek movies, which
I will say I did like that first Star Trek movie. Okay, that he directed. I was gonna bring that up. Like I remember the sequel a little bit. I don't know if he directed it, but I didn't.
Well, the sequel's
I did not mind
terrible.
Oh, okay. But
The
that
third
first one, I
the
thought was
third
pretty
one
solid.
the third one's okay. The second
I gotta watch it.
The second one with Khan is dumber than fuck. That might be one of the dumbest movies I've ever seen in my life. Because like it's such a meta cucumber bandersnatches in that. And like he drops and it's like, what's your name? He's like, I'm Khan. And like they act like it's this big reveal, and it's like the characters act like that. And it's like, okay, but like the characters don't know who that is. The audience knows who that is. Like, so he says his name and it has impact on the story, and it doesn't make any sense. But that being said, like, I might have liked two of those Star Wars movies, or Star Trek movies. I'm not a Trekkie. And
no, not at all. I'm not at all.
And
I enjoyed the first one.
And from everything I've ever read, everything I've ever seen, Trekkies hated them.
Oh, really?
So I have to go with, like, I might have liked it, but like if the core fan base hated it, I have to assume that something fucked up happened.
No, so do I. Like any hardcore Trekkies that tell me they don't like them, like you know, my cousin Scarlett does not like them.
Yeah, like if
she loves Star Trek, but she fucking hates.
Yeah,
she does not like those new ones whatsoever.
If a hardcore Trekkie is telling me that they hated them and that they're dog shit, I'm more inclined to believe them. Is that?
Oh yeah.
It's like, hey, if you're saying that these movies sucked, I'm gonna trust you that they sucked. I thought they were a perfectly fine little action movie, but if you're saying that they were dog shit Star Trek films, I'm gonna trust you on that.
Yeah.
100%. So
yeah, no, I trust them. I don't like. I mean, I don't. I like that first Star Trek film, and I remember. I think it was the Next Generation one. It was. I actually saw it in the theater, and I liked it quite a bit. I don't. Was it Nemesis or something? Tom Hardy was the villain, I believe, and it was actually quite awesome. I thought that movie was pretty fucking dope. But Yeah, but that one was good. But that's also me just like, again, I have no idea what actual Trekkie fans think of that film. I just thought Nemesis was good. Like as in a vacuum by itself.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Carl Urban, who played the Doctor, Rolk, is who you're.
Oh my god, fuck yes.
Which he's great
Like,
in everything.
Well, I don't think their problem was casting.
No, like
their problem was not casting.
No, like it's just not. Again, it's like if Star Trek fans are telling me that it's wrong, I'm just going to accept it and then move on. But yeah, like
Yeah, it is Nemesis.
But yeah,
2002.
I just don't think Abrams is very good, and I don't.
Yeah.
I just don't like. Again, I don't like his approach. I think that if he changed his approach and had a rethink about his methodology in movie making, I think he could be great. But like, he needs to drop that goddamn mystery box and write a complete story. Like, beginning, middle, end, act 1, 2, 3, motherfucker. Like, there's a reason why that structure exists.
Alright. Director-wise, he directed, actually the first thing he seemed to direct, I guess it might have been a short or a fan film, I don't know, but it's 1996. It's called Shrek, I Feel Good. I have no fucking clue.
Shrek?
He created and directed 2 episodes of fucking Felicity. He created, wrote, and directed only 2 episodes of Lost, but that's only because he was too busy writing and sending us down a rabbit hole that ended up being purgatory.
Yep.
He directed 5 episodes of Alias. He gets his first movie chance, and it ends up being the turd that is Mission Impossible 3. Guest director on 1 episode of Jimmy Kimmel, who gives a fuck. Directed 1 episode of The Office, who gives a shit. Then he directed Star Trek, which we like, but Trekkies don't.
Yep.
Something called The Anatomy of Hope, nobody's ever heard of, but the fan rating on it is 3.1. Do with that information as well.
Yeah.
And it's not out of 5, it's out of 10.
Ooh.
What? Yeah. One. I've never heard of. 13 episodes, 2010. Some show called Undercover. Directed 1 episode.
I have no idea.
Neither do I. Super 8, which I don't remember if I liked or not. I think it was like him and Spielberg kind of teamed up.
Well, it was it was also him trying to be Spielberg. It didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't think it worked. Like, it's kind of like, what if E.T. was bad, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like that kind of that's kind of how it feels, and it doesn't work right. It's like if it's kind of ahead of its time because it's trying to be Stranger Things weirdly. Like if it was executed properly, people would have said Stranger Things was cribbing off of Super 8.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I might have to revisit that just to Star Trek Into the Darkness. We both agreed we did not like that. Force Awakens. And then the last movie he fucking directed was The Rise of Skywalker. So the last time he was in the director's chair was 2019.
Good. He shouldn't have gotten work after that.
Yeah. Yeah, I tend to agree with you. But yeah, 2019 is the last time I saw the guy in the director's chair. And it's probably because, mark my words, I bet you there are still message boards and fucking chat rooms on the internet that just go and bitch about the ending of Lost. Because I don't think you understand, man. I don't know about the world you were living in when fucking Lost was a thing, but that shit was the hottest when I was in the Navy. And this is a bunch of granted, very young, from 18 to fucking very early 20s men used to get together. We used to order fucking pizza and crack some beers every fucking whatever Thursday, Wednesday. We'd watch Lost if we weren't out to sea. If we were on shore or we were in port, we were getting together to watch Lost. That's how much we fucking absolutely loved that show. We talked about it, whatever. We were all about it. And so I guarantee you that people are still fucking really pissed off about Lost. The ending, anyway.
Oh yeah, Rolk. Brightburn is the name of that movie. And
that's James Gunn. That's not Abrams.
Yeah,
James Gunn did that, and Brightburn is fucking dope.
Yeah, the reason we don't have a sequel to Brightburn is because he's in charge of the DCEU.
Yeah, he actually, I think a fan actually asked him, like, hey, how's the Brightburn sequel? Like, when can we expect that? And now that he is in charge of, the DC universe proper for the cinematic and TV shows, it sounds like that shit is just dead at the water.
Yeah, the answer is never.
The answer is never. But I agree with you. It's basically the biggest negative for me so far that James Gunn is now like the man.
Yeah.
Because I really wanted a Brightburn sequel because I thought that Brightburn was quite good.
Rolk, we are a Real Steel 2. Rolk, we are never getting a Real Steel 2.
It's not.
I like Real Steel, but that movie is dumb as hell and did not do well.
Hey man, I personally have zero problem with shit like Pacific Rim, Real Steel. I like these movies. Yeah. I do like them. I mean, you're lucky you got a Pacific Rim sequel, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I mean...
you're lucky you got a sequel. I'm not going to say that these are, great movies, but I enjoyed the shit out of them.
Well, yeah, based on money-making potential... if they were based on the merits of how well-constructed or well-acted or ideas in the film... Pacific Rim does not get a sequel.
No.
But, again, Real Steel, Pacific Rim, I love those movies. They're terrible, but I love them.
Oh, yeah. There's nothing wrong with liking bad movies.
Yeah. I love tons of... there's bad movies I like. And that I personally enjoy, but I'm not under the impression that they're... Rolk. Yeah. Both of those movies are dumber than hell and not very good. I love them. I will watch the shit out of them. Again, Schindler's List is one of the best movies ever made. Have I watched it more than once? No.
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 Dude, remember, I loved Joker, the one with Joaquin.
Yeah.
I think it's fantastic. I've seen it maybe 3 times, probably only 2, and I love that.
Yeah, I think I've seen it one and a half times.
It is super good. I think. Yeah. I think it is fucking phenomenally acted. I like the story. I like the take. I am all about that movie.
Yeah.
It is a hard, dark watch.
Yeah.
And I've only seen it the 2 times.
Rolk, here's the problem.
It's great. The motherfucker won Best Actor for that shit.
Yeah. Rolk, here's the problem. You think that something needs to be
entertaining with good.
Yeah, you think that something needs to be good for you to enjoy it. That is simply not the case. Things do not need to be good for you to like them. Some of my favorite games and movies of all time are not very good. My favorite game that it's the reason I learned how to read, which is Shining Force 2. That game is a 5 out of 10 on a good day. Like, like, I love that game. Is it very good? No, it's not. It's bad. It is Diet Fire Emblem, and I know it. Like, does it mean that I don't love it? No. Does it mean that it's not fun? No. But like, you think that something needs to be good for you to like it, and that's just not true. Like,
yeah,
like
there's even music that I know is questionable at best that I can't pull it off the top of my head, but that would not probably necessarily be, probably across the board not accepted as good music, but it doesn't.
Yeah. Like,
I mean, think about.
The beauty of
I mean, like, granted, we were not. Like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of something. Like, think about all the times you shit on like some of the Backstreet Boys songs.
yeah.
Okay, but you know every word because they were shoved down your throat during that time period.
Yeah.
Like, you couldn't get away from it. Now remove yourself from said music that you fucking hated, and then you get Backstreet Boys doing like this stupid version of themselves in like that fucking weird end of the world movie done by like Seth Rogen and all those fucktards, and at the end they're like singing "You Want It That Way" in heaven. Don't tell me it didn't make you like that song. Like, it's not necessarily like great music, but you're about that, and when it comes on, you're kind of like you sing along a little bit, and like it's not great, but you kind of like it. It's the same fucking thing.
You're not as angry about it anymore.
Backstreet Boys is never going to win a motherfucking Grammy or anything, but it's fine. Yeah. Especially like now, like when you're removed and you're not like built up with all this fucking rage and cum that you are as a fucking adolescent. You just laugh at it and you jam along. Like, it's the same fucking difference. Like, I just jam along with Battleship. I'm not like, if this doesn't get an Oscar, I'm rioting.
Oh yeah,
I know it's not.
Battleship. What was the one that I said? Because I'd remember it the second we started talking about it, but I can't recall it. Because Battleship is your dog shit movie that you love.
I really do like that. I think that movie's
What was mine? What was mine? Because we were just talking about this. I can't remember.
Oh man, what was it?
But I know it was money.
Is it Killer Clowns from Outer Space?
No, it wasn't that. We were just talking about it too. That's gonna annoy me.
Yeah, that does annoy me. I hate it when I can't pull stuff.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much any Chronicles of Riddick movie is there.
No, John, I love some of that shit.
Yeah, Rolk brought up Chronicles of Riddick. Yeah, like Pitch Black is the best one, and that's like an okay horror movie at its absolute zenith.
Yeah, like it's fine. I like Chronicles of Riddick, but or not Chronicles, but Pitch Black. I thought Pitch Black was kind of cool, but it's not great.
Well, the last Riddick movie that they made is a fine action movie. It's not amazing, but is it watchable and fun? Yeah, sure, it's fine. What? That's gonna bug me. What were we talking about? Because yours was Battleship, and mine was.
Yeah, I mean, I have more. That's just the one I go to because I know because it's kind of recent. We're probably like.
That's the thing. It was
10 years removed.
That was recent. It's not it's not Starship Troopers. It was. I mean, I've stood on the table for Mortal Kombat before, but Why are you talking about Armageddon being a good movie? Armageddon is a nice slice of 90s cheese.
Armageddon is nostalgia.
Yeah.
Is what it is. It's not. It's not that it's necessarily great. Good. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's fun lines. There's good actors in it.
Yeah.
And I don't hate Armageddon, but I wouldn't qualify that as like some fucking great cinematic, accomplishment.
A film.
It's, it's not to me anyway. But
a magnificent film. Oh, Virtuosity.
Oh, Virtuosity.
Virtuosity. That's that. Hell yeah.
Yeah, Virtuosity.
Hell yeah, Virtuosity. I loves me some Virtuosity, and that movie sucks. That movie sucks so hard. It's so bad, and I love it. It's incredible. That uniform that they have Denzel Washington in the beginning, that like blue thing, that is so good. I snuck it onto that drive for your dad.
Let's see. I'm trying to find 104. Let's see.
Oh my
Hold on,
god.
let me see if this
Yeah.
pull up.
Virtuosity.
Let's see if Virtuosity.
Do yourself a favor and pirate Virtuosity if you've never seen it before, so that you can understand how terrible and excellent that film is.
Let's yeah, go have a double feature. Go get your popcorn ready. Go get whatever your beverage of choice is.
Rolk,
Go get some sticky icky.
Rolk,
You fucking light up. Get some snacks, and I want you to do a double feature of Virtuosity and Johnny Mnemonic right now.
Oh my god, Johnny Mnemonic. Hell yeah. Rolk, like, you're taking this as us shitting on you. It's fine to like these movies, but, like, you need to understand that they are not amazing works of art. They're entertaining. They're fun. But, like, let's not confuse that with them being good or competent. Like,
I have a list. From Rotten Tomatoes, and I'll go. We don't have to go through all of them, but it's 140 favorite 90s films.
yeah.
The first one is Empire Records.
Oh,
Coming in at 140. Empire Records is a perfectly fine teen record store type goofy fucking teen comedy for the time.
Yeah.
I think Empire Records is it's fine.
I think it's overrated.
Empire Records. Yes, I agree. I think it's overrated. I don't think it's that great a movie, but I do like it. Half-Baked.
Yeah.
Funny as shit. Half-Baked. Send that shit to the Academy. See what happens. And
Yeah.
I love Chappelle. And nobody loves Chappelle more than me. Like, Showgirls. Jesus Christ. So much. Terrible.
Yo, Showgirls is dog shit.
Showgirls. The only reason Showgirls made any motherfucking money is because naked women.
Yeah.
Period.
Only
That's
reason.
it. That's all it. That's the only reason people wanted to go see it.
Is because a bunch of scumbags before the internet existed were like, yeah, it's art. I'm gonna go. That's why I'm watching it.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, because they thought it'd be easier and more respectable to go get their dick hard in the movie theater than be a shameful asshole that had to go into that back room of the Blockbuster or the movie store where all the porn was.
Exactly.
Get a couple VHSs to fucking jerk off to.
Exactly.
I don't know. I think I've seen it like once. Basic Instinct.
Oh yeah, that's Basic Instinct. That's where
Oh wow.
That's where what's her name flashed her vagine.
Yeah. She flashed her fucking my namesake. Flashed that Sharon Stone cooter all over the place.
Yeah. That famous
Oh, wow.
crossing and uncrossing her legs scene.
Oh look, here you go, Rolf. not a great movie, but one that I actually quite enjoy. That I actually think by the general public is at least fairly well received. Poetic Justice, like with Janet and Tupac, it's fine, and I love Tupac, and I love Janet. Janet was the first concert I ever went to. Janet Jackson in Hawaii. Go pick up that DVD. I'll be all the way up in the fucking nosebleeds.
Miss Jackson, if you're nasty.
If you're nasty, oh my god, dude! I can't tell you how hard I pushed that when we were naming the dog. I was like, can we please name her Jan? Please. And Amanda would not let it happen because I just wanted to introduce my dog to people that come into my home or whatever, or like see a picture and be like, oh, what's her name? Janet. Miss Jackson, if you're nasty. That was the whole reason I wanted to name her Janet.
Hilarious.
Yeah, it's fucking, it's great. It's great. And, I mean, that's a dark mark on who my girlfriend is.
Yeah.
Wonderful woman. But that's,
no, you're,
she
was
shame
wrong.
on her.
She was wrong. She shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, she should have let me have it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Incorrect.
Oh, Walt's going to take this one personal. Actually, it's fresh. It's rated fresh at 67%. But on this list, at 132, is The Rock.
The Rock? Yeah, he mentioned The Rock.
The Rock.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we can listen to that fucking hack Hans Zimmer.
Oh, yeah, I know. You're absolutely right. I went back and listened to that. I'm like, holy shit. It really did just kind of repurpose it.
Okay, so for those of
fucking Oscar for it or whatever.
Yeah, for those of you who aren't in the know. So when me and my wife went to New York, we were in the hotel and we just turned on the TV and The Rock was on. And all of a sudden, the Pirates of the Caribbean soundtrack starts playing. And my wife is like, she's like, why is this playing? Like, is the audio wrong? And I'm like, I don't remember. I don't know. And I'm like, and she's like, and like, so we're looking it up. She's like, they stole the Pirates of the Caribbean soundtrack. And I'm like, oh, no. The Pirates of the Caribbean stole The Rock's soundtrack. I'm like, and
enough, he did both.
Yeah, and it's both by Hans Zimmer. And I'm like, that fucking hack. Like,
he got paid so much money to fucking just turn in old work.
Yeah, it's like, if you've never heard it, go look up. It's one of the first action scene. It's one of the first action scenes that happens in The Rock, and it is like a couple of notes away from being the same theme as the Pirates of the Caribbean. It is insane.
It's right there.
And it was hysterical. We were dying. And we're like that fucking hack Hans Zimmer. Like, yeah, how much money did he get paid to turn that shit in? The
131 Blair Witch Project.
I can see that. The Blair Witch Project, like, while being like not a crazy good movie, like, massive impact on
No, massive impact. I don't even necessarily hate the Blair Witch Project. It just spawned so much bad, like, found footage.
Well, it's like any.
The only thing that I think, and God knows, we just slammed fucking J.J. Abrams for fucking ever.
Yeah.
But I know he had some involvement in Cloverfield, which I don't hate. And I don't know how much involvement he had in it, but if you want to talk about the Cloverfield like lexicon of movies that are in that universe, that fucking one with what's her?
With John Goodman,
Winstead and John Goodman, the national treasure that is John Goodman. That shit is fucking good.
Yeah, that those I liked those. But yeah, it's but yeah, God, there's a sizable impact crater from where that horror movie came out. But then again, like any low budget film that gets popular, there's gonna be imitators because it's cheap. Like
Well, yeah.
like Hollywood risks nothing by putting money into horror movies. Like horror movies get made on the cheap. Like so much so it's ridiculous. Like Blumhouse, like as crazy as it is, I forget which big studio like that does, you know, that does like, you know, multi-million-dollar movies essentially only. I forget, one year they posted like the same profits as Blumhouse. Like it was when Blumhouse like made a killing. So it's like these movies cost them nothing and they do like very little marketing and they still post this massive profit.
Oh, no. It's like horror movies are how you make money as a studio.
Yeah, horror movies are the grease that keep studios going.
Yeah. Hey, you want more real steel? Go support the fucking goddamn horror movies.
Yeah, the only way you're getting more real steel is if
the only way you're getting more real steel at this point is if you go to a fucking alternate universe.
Yeah,
I'm just saying,
you're. Let's be honest.
I'm just
That's
saying,
never happening.
If you want to get more shit like you're talking about, Rolf, that you actually like, you're like, I love that movie. You want more of that? You make sure you throw your fucking ducats at some fucking horror.
Oh my god. Yeah,
because that's how them studios stay afloat.
Yeah, that's how they make them real ducats. Oh my god. But oh Jesus.
Space Jam coming in 126.
Yeah, Space Jam is another
Ooh, I got a bad one for you. Fuck Space Jam, because I like Space Jam as a kid. Killer soundtrack too. By the way, I got the next one, 125 on the list. I got one for you, and I'm pretty sure you've seen it. The wonderful, great Angelina Jolie vehicle.
Oh, Hackers. See those prime Angelina Jolie titties. Oh my god. Hackers. Hey, do you want to have no idea how computers work?
Oh, that's it. Oh my god, I saw that movie too. Fucking terrible.
Hackers.
So
Hackers is in the running as being the most 90s movie ever made. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. Do you remember? I didn't. It's only because I'm looking at the movie poster, so I'm not trying to pretend I'm being some sort of hackers connoisseur here or some movie genius. Do you remember the tagline for Hackers?
I do not. What is the tagline for Hackers?
Their crime is curiosity.
Oh, awful. Awful.
Real bad.
I hate
Real
that.
Oh, it's so bad.
that
is the worst.
Yeah, I hate that I know that.
You're welcome, America. That's why I'm here.
They're
You
crying.
need me?
God.
To the halls of Athel Loren.
We got coming up in 124. We got Happy Gilmore.
That makes sense.
Yeah, 123. We have Never Been Kissed, starring Drew Barrymore, where she went back to school or high school.
That one's
And
weird.
then,
That one's super
we just
weird.
Why? Because we gloss over the idea that
That
for
that she's a
grown-up-
that she's a rapist.
Yeah. Or that no, he is. Because what's his name is who's in it with David Arquette is the teacher. She falls in love with the teacher, and then the teacher falls in love with her.
Oh yeah.
All knowing
I thought
that
it was
she's supposed to be a high school student.
Yeah,
She's
yeah,
the
yeah.
teacher.
That's what it
But
is. I thought it was the other way around.
In 1999, apparently none of us gave a shit.
Yeah, nobody cared. They were like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, nobody cares.
It,
I think this is a good movie. That's 121 on the list. It's actually certified fresh at 71%, and I like it. 10 Things I Hate About You.
oh yeah,
I think it's pretty.
10 Things I Hate About You is great.
I am ready.
It's, 10 Things I Hate About You is, I mean, it's essentially just it's a modern retelling of The Taming of the Shrew.
Yeah, I think it's good. I think it's great.
Yeah,
I
it's.
think it's very good.
I mean, it's got a bunch
really,
of really. It's got a bunch of great people in it.
Oh yeah, fucking. Are you kidding me? I love. I think one of my favorite scenes is because Julia Stiles. I forget the character's name in the movie, but Julia Stiles is kind of antisocial and shit.
Yeah.
And then she gets fucked up for that party, and fucking Biggie comes on, just jumps on the table, starts going at it. I was like, it's a great movie. I love it.
That I think that movie would work really, really well as a remake.
Yeah, they could remake this.
Like, mostly because, like, I think it would work great as a remake because all that stuff, like, because the whole thing about, like, in the story is, like, it gets around school so fast that this happened. And it's like, yeah, like, with cell phones and stuff, like, it would totally work better.
Yeah, yes. No, I think this one is one that I think could be updated and translate really well and actually be a good movie. Remake and just remake it for the newer generation. I do agree with you that it could work. I just don't have, like, when I see the trailer for this updated version of Mean Girls,
No.
I don't know why it exists.
No, yeah.
Personally, so as long, like this, I don't know, was it a musical? I can't tell if it's a musical or it's not. But it's just odd because you're retelling the same story with the same characters, with different actors, but some of the same actors because Tina Fey and what's his name are still the principal. It's just weird to me.
Yeah.
And I was immediately turned off when I saw the trailer.
I don't. Yeah. Why does it need to be? Well, like, why does it need to be a remake? Why can't it just be a sequel?
Yeah, like do its own thing. Yeah, exactly. Like why are we not doing a sequel to it?
Like,
that's what I want to know.
Yeah, if you called it Mean Girls 2, I don't think I'd have a problem with it.
Or like even just tagline it. It's like Mean Girls New Generation.
Or like
or
Meaner Girls or something.
Yeah, Meaner Girls or something like that's why, like, I don't know if Beetlejuice 2 is going to be any good, but I do like the fact that they're not calling it Beetlejuice 2. It's named Beetlejuice. Yeah. Which is great because if they do a trilogy, now you got to say his name 3 times like you do in the movie, right?
Exactly.
It actually is genius, and it's a great title. Like, so yeah, they could have totally. They just called it Mean Girls and literally just kind of vaguely updated the script.
Yeah.
People nobody
cares. Yeah, it just.
I love Tina Fey, but it was a bad choice.
Yeah, they definitely should have figured something else out. Yeah, because the original Mean Girls is.
Oh, it's great.
It's a classic. It's so funny. Like that movie is so much better than it has any right to be.
I do tend to agree with you. I think this is hysterical.
Like, it is so spot on and hits. Like, that movie has to hit a lot of people where they live, like at that age, and have moved past it, where they're just like, God, that was me, and I sucked.
I sucked out loud.
Yeah.
117 on the list. Ryan Frame is gonna like this one. We talk about the 1995 Mortal Kombat, please.
Hell.
The scene that fucking 47% rotten.
This is the original Mortal Kombat, right?
Correct.
I stand by
Lauren is seldom seen.
it. Like, don't get me wrong, that 47% feels a little low, but like, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that it's a masterpiece, but
It's not a masterpiece, but I enjoyed it.
But if you sit there and tell me that Mortal Kombat is dog shit and that you hated it, I'd be like, okay, I disagree, but like I do understand where you're coming from. If you tell me that Mortal Kombat is dog shit and you hated it,
Proud son
but you love Bruce Lee flicks, you're a fucking hypocrite.
to war.
Like, any Bruce Lee movie is not so much better than Mortal Kombat. It's just not. Like,
Look, I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks about Mortal Kombat, the 1995 Mortal Kombat. I like it fine, especially in 1995, Ryan Diaz. I was cool with it, and I was like, this is dope. But I don't care if you didn't like it. I don't care. But don't fucking tell me any kid or any teenager, or hell, even 20-something to 30-something adults, don't you fucking tell me that you didn't like the theme song.
oh yeah, that god damn, that theme song is the shit.
That shit fucks hard.
Hard, super hard, incredibly hard, maybe the hardest.
Yeah.
That
It's a great fucking song.
yeah, that soundtrack fucks so unbelievably hard. It's ridiculous. But yeah, like,
Oh, Ryan Frame, when you get home, hopefully they didn't fuck it up, but your birthday present should be at the door.
but yeah, like, if you're like, no one can sit there and say to me that they love Bruce Lee flicks and then tell me that Mortal Kombat is bad. Like, fuck you. You do not know what you're talking about. like those, it's a kung fu movie, and it's a perfectly fine kung fu movie. Like, that has always annoyed me when people were like, I love Bruce Lee movies. The Mortal Kombat
man,
was
and on
bad. It's like, no.
I'll tell you what, I know
absolutely
we
not.
had a whole discussion. The other day about how we have kind of, and I think Mortal Kombat would also benefit from a episodic kind of thing. But I gotta say that recent, what was it, HBO or whatever, the Mortal Kombat movie that they made maybe a few years ago, I didn't hate that. That was pretty dope.
I thought it was fine. It was weird. Like, yeah, I thought it was pretty good. Like I said,
I liked it. Okay.
perfectly fine to good martial arts movie. Weird that they chose to make an original character the main character.
Yeah, I agree with that. I thought that was strange.
It's not like Mortal Kombat is hurting for a cast. Like, there's over like
Right.
200 playable characters in Mortal Kombat, and you're telling me you couldn't have picked any
One?
one?
Yeah. One of them.
Like,
One of them.
Like, I don't understand that decision. But yeah, it's like the Mortal Kombat movies were fine. Like, I don't understand how people got,
I welcome you to the King's Glade.
like, I don't understand how that movie is rated that low when
Yeah. No,
when Bruce Lee movies are loved as much as they are. Like,
oh, you mean when Bruce Lee's fighting Kareem Abdul-Jabbar? Yeah.
yeah, at the top of a death tower. Like, oh yeah, having a four-armed guy or a guy that shoots ice, that's too far. Like fuck off. Like, fighting Kareem Abdul-Jabbar at the top of a death tower is way more ridiculous than someone shooting ice out of their hands. Like, that is infinitely more insane of a statement. But
Let's see.
give me 1 second. I gotta run to the door. I'll be right back.
Okay.
You can keep talking.
Oh yeah. I actually have a hard time talking. But no, I thought Mortal Kombat. even the remake was fine. I guess the original character, like I never heard of him before, but I kind of checked because what is it? Just the fucking worst goddamn fighting game player ever in history. So, I wasn't sure if he, because I knew there had been like 80,000 Mortal Kombat games between my time and when I finally gave it up. So I wasn't sure if he was original or not, but I heard he was an original character, and I also thought that was kind of an odd choice. But overall, I thought that was the new one was pretty fucking dope. I'm excited for whenever they drop a sequel for it, because I will definitely check it out. But I will say it's superior to fucking Street Fighter. I forgot who played Bison, but he was fucking coked out the entire fucking time. Let me pull that up. Let's see. I'm still searching for J.J. Abrams, who had nothing to do with Street Fighter, so shockingly. Let's see. This actor's name. Just remember them big fucking eyeballs he constantly had. Pulling up. It's taking longer than usual for IMDb to pull up the fucking information for Street Fighter, because apparently I'm probably the only person that's ever looked at this. Let's see. Raul Julia was Bison. God damn. He was so
All right, I'm back.
Thank God, I was struggling.
You're all riding the strobe.
I was saying that, like, because I am notoriously fucking just complete dog shit at fighting it. I needed to watch. I knew that, like, by the last time I played Street Fighter, so many Street Fighter games and characters have come out, I actually needed somebody to tell me that he was an original character, because I wasn't sure. But then I kind of somehow got myself into the conversation of the Street Fighter movie, and the actor that played M. Bison, Bison was
Raul
he
Julia.
was so on a Raul Julia was like so on 11 and had these like really big wide eyes constantly.
Yeah,
like he Tommy Lee Jones.
He carried like that unhinged rant about the day you met M. Bison was the most important day of your life. For me, it was Tuesday. That fucking monologue slaps so hard. Like that whole diatribe fucks entirely too hard for being in that terrible of a film.
I know. Number 116, Sister Act.
Okay, yeah, I can get behind that.
Yeah, I'm fine. Whatever, it's fine. Number 115, He Got Game. It's Spike Lee. I think it's a good movie. Denzel's good in it. Ray Allen, who was a professional basketball player, was.
Ray Allen was in that?
Yeah, he's the main character. He plays Jesus Shuttlesworth.
Jeez,
he's the main character.
That's
outside
crazy.
of him, but he's not like. So I mean, it's a Spike Lee joint. So it's not like Spike Lee doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Spike Lee.
I cannot get over that shit.
What?
Call-
Calling it a Spike Lee
calling
joint?
something a Spike Lee joint is the funniest shit in the world to me.
Oh, yes.
It's like, oh, like especially when people call whatever they're doing a whatever their name is joint, it makes it infinitely funnier.
Oh, yeah. I agree. And, this movie worked on me in 1998 because
Because you had hoop dreams.
I had hoop dreams. I was obsessed with basketball. I love Denzel Washington. I think he's a fantastic actor.
Yeah. I mean, he was in Virtuosity. How can you not love him?
Yeah, and I love Denzel. But, and then also you had Jesus Shuttlesworth's girlfriend, played by Rosario Dawson, which is the first time I think I ever saw her, and she makes me dick. And so, I mean, I remember I actually had this on VHS. I actually was a big fan of He Got Game, but it is a very slow burn.
Yeah.
Let's see, what else we got? American Beauty, infamous Kevin Spacey.
Oh, with the Kevin Spacey.
The Kevin Spacey.
Diddle's children, Kevin Spacey.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Got a fucking classic here, rated 95% fresh. Guess what, motherfuckers? Coming at 109 on the list. Coffee is for closers, bitches. Glengarry, Glenn Ross. Good movie. I remember this one, Birdcage, with Robin Williams. I think I saw this once. I don't remember if it was good or bad or indifferent. I have no idea. But I remember seeing this like once. Number 107. Hey, man. Oh, it's American Pie.
Yeah.
Okay?
All right.
And it's fine. American Pie made me laugh. But the funniest shit is back when this movie came out, back in 1999, probably around our ass end, maybe our last year or two in Japan and living in Sasebo, Japan.
Rock's talking about going in 60 seconds again, just so you know.
Of course. Why? I'm sure that is on.
There's no way that it's higher than some of these other movies. No shot.
Well, then it's not it. Then it's not.
Yeah, I'm saying.
It didn't make it. It didn't make it into the 140 list for this.
I'm saying no shot. It's on that list.
But American Pie, it was so fucking fun. So you have to think. Yes, the internet was around and all that. It was 1999. However, I am in Sasebo, Japan, living on a military. All right.
Yeah.
So when you drive onto the main base where all the port is and all the ships and all that shit, we drive over to the main base and that's for years that's where our theater.
Yeah.
Now every once in a while you would get the movie posters that accompanied said film, but these movies were coming to us months late.
Yeah.
We don't have regular American television. We don't have trailers. None of this shit. Me and my father have zero fucking clue what we're walking into.
Oh, yeah.
I see the title, American Pie, and I'm like, dude, this is probably be kind of fucking boring. I had no idea what I was going into.
Yeah.
Neither did anybody else in the theater. I watched American Pie, which is a very raunchy, dirty comedy.
Oh, yeah.
I watched it next to my fucking father in 1999 while I was in high school, which is not really even the uncomfortable. I found it kind of uncomfortable because nobody knew what they were walking into, and there was straight up elementary school students, like children in there.
Yeah.
So it was a little bit much. That's my biggest memory of American Pie, to be honest with you. It's how fucking inappropriate I was like, it's not their fucking fault. I mean, they don't have. They're just like me. They don't have.
Yeah, it wasn't parents bringing their kids to Deadpool.
Yeah. They just didn't know.
Yeah.
Kind of like, oh my god, kind of like the fucking Matrix, dude. Oh my god, could you imagine? Like, think about I'm taking it you liked the first Matrix.
Oh, dude.
I'm just
Okay,
assuming.
so this is one of the few amazing. Like, you know, me and my dad, we did some things together, not a lot.
Right.
My dad took me to see The Matrix. And this was in the theater, and like The Matrix only became a big deal once it hit DVD.
Right.
Like, don't get me wrong, it did well, but like once it hit DVD is when it went fucking nuclear.
Yeah, it found its leg. Yeah.
So like I had seen that with my dad, and like we were both like, that was the fucking best shit I've ever seen. Like we were both blown away. And
I had a very, very similar reaction to you, to be honest with you.
yeah.
Like, my dad took me to see that shit. Again, Central Japan, same deal. There wasn't even a fucking movie poster for it. I had never seen a fucking trailer.
Yeah.
In the first 30 seconds, when she jumps up into the air to do a flying crane kick,
Yeah.
and that fucking camera 360'd around her, what it did to my little fucking brain, I was like, this is the most amazing shit I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. It
I
was
was blown the fuck away by it.
it
Like, it changed my reality.
like that movie, and the fact that it hit late is kind of what's crazy about it, is that like that movie changed so much about everything when it came to movies, and especially action movies, and like all this stuff. And like the fact that it didn't hit, oh yeah, Rolk's talking about the vase, that wrinkled his tiny brain, is the vase scene. He doesn't even like thinking about that scene.
Making my way.
Oh, the vase?
Yeah, he hates it. So, but yeah, I remember I can remember in school talking about it and people like not knowing what I was talking about, and then like people got it on DVD. And I can remember people coming into school and being like, yo, I saw that movie you were talking about. Like, what? Like, it's the greatest shit ever. And I'm like, I know. But, yeah, I can distinctly remember seeing that with my dad. And the only other movie I can really remember going to see was, so my grandmother, my kind of pretty buttoned up and not conservative, but very, like, classic grandma on my mom's side.
Yeah.
She took me to see The Fifth Element and Starship Troopers in theaters.
Well,
Yeah.
before you continue your story, lo and behold, number 101 on the list. It was the next thing I was going to bring up.
What?
The wonderful Fifth Element.
Oh, The Fifth Element. But there's another movie I love that is not good. As Gary Oldman would say, my favorite.
I love the Fifth Element. I fucking absolutely adore that.
So do I. That movie is so unhinged. I love it. It's so much fun. So stupid. So much fun. But
Oh yeah.
but yeah,
I Amanda loves Fifth Element.
yeah,
She tells her kids to go watch it.
I sat through that movie with my grandmother, and seeing Starship Troopers with your grandmother is definitely completely insane.
Yeah, it's a bit uncomfortable, I'm sure.
Because I told this story to my mom, and she was like, kind of like, yeah. She's like, yeah, okay. She's like, yeah. How quickly did she fall asleep until she fell asleep? And I told my mom, I'm like, no. I'm like, she didn't. I'm like, she stayed awake the whole time. And my mom is just like, no. She's like, And my mom's just in disbelief. She's like, no way my mother sat there and watched these with you. I'm like, I promise you it happened. And my mom's just like, what? Oh, she can't believe that her mother watched those films with me. Which is understandable. Because they're all an insane movie for a woman of her age and disposition to be watching.
Sure.
Oh my god. But yeah, they
100. No, I like both those flicks.
Oh yeah.
I like both those flicks.
Yeah.
Quite a bit.
I like both of them. I mean
I don't know if I would have wanted to watch them with my grandmother, but I did.
I mean I love Starship Troopers. Again, not an amazing film, but I love it.
No.
It is a intensely fun movie. Not a very good movie. Both the sequels of Starship Troopers get a ton of hate. Which the third one deserves it. The second one is set up like a horror movie, and that one's actually does not deserve the dragging that it takes. That one has some interesting themes. It's obviously low budget.
Right.
But it's got some interesting theming, and the effects aren't bad, and the story's not terrible. But that movie probably has like a 10% on Rotten Tomatoes. That one is unjustly hated, in my opinion. Don't get me wrong, it's not it's not amazing. It's a 4 or 5 out of 10, but it's still fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100 on the list is Sleepless in Seattle. How many pussies got wet because of that movie?
Yeah, Jesus. I mean,
I don't remember it. Before Weddings and a Funeral.
4 Weddings and a Funeral.
99.
Oh yeah. That was Was that
I know that was Hugh Grant, but I don't remember anything else.
Yeah.
About it. Oh fuck! Here's a good movie that nobody fucking talks about, and it's some of Jack Nicholson's best acting, and also Helen Hunt. As good as it gets.
Yeah, as good as it gets. Yeah.
Listen.
Yeah.
Good as it gets is excellent. That might be some of Nicholson's best work, and I don't feel like anybody even talks about it.
No, nobody talks about that.
Oh fuck! Well, in '94, get your seashells out, baby, and let's go to Taco Bell because it's Demolition Man.
Demolition Man is that high up?
Number 90, yeah, on this list. This is somebody's opinion, but 94, and that got a 63% fresh rating, and something as good as it gets, which is actually a good film all the way around. That is certified fresh, or that it's got a tomato score or whatever they call it, 86. So it is more highly rated, but on this particular.
Yeah. A demo.
Hey, you know what? The fact that Demolition Man beat out on this list as good as it gets. Volk, I'm holding out hope that Gone in 60 Seconds.
Hell, it might be. Demolition Man is that high up. Gone in 60 Seconds might be there.
I like Demolition.
Oh yeah, Demolition Man is great.
Oh my god! Here's a movie number 90 on the list, 84% rated fresh, and I don't care to ever watch this again. I've watched it once, and I never have to watch it again. And even though Edward Norton is a fantastic fucking actor, I doubt I will ever watch American History X.
Yeah, American History X. Yeah,
it's super uncomfortable.
That one. I mean, that one's uncomfortable all the way through.
Oh yeah,
that one is a tough watch from beginning to end. There is no chill part of that film.
Really not, man. Oh my god, when he told him to bite the curb, I was like I could feel it in my teeth
The
and in my soul. I was like, I can't watch the scene. I
Ye-
can't do it.
you know what's
I can't fucking watch it.
you know what really makes that scene though is
What?
the sound.
Yes.
Is that whatever that sound that they got was, the sound of his teeth grinding onto the curb
Let's
is
fucking move on. I don't even want to
it's making you
It's making
your skin crawl, isn't it? Yeah.
It's making me uncomfortable right now just thinking about it.
Yeah.
I can't fucking do it. I fucking it's a good movie. It's a good movie. I'm saying it's good. I never want to see it again.
Yeah,
Never.
exactly.
I never want to see it again. Hey, it's a good movie. Good on you, Edward Norton. You're a fucking great actor. Let's move on with our lives. American History X. Good movie. Never gonna watch it again in my life. There you go.
Yeah.
That you're making me uncomfortable there. You're making me skin crawl. I don't want to think about it.
Change the subject. I hate it.
Okay, we'll change the subject to something fucking goofy. And this is one of my girlfriend's favorite movies. 84, it's 79% fresh. We're rocking Wayne's World.
Oh yeah, Wayne's World was the early 90s, but yeah.
Yeah, it was 1992.
Yeah.
It was Wayne's World.
Oh man. Wayne's World.
Solid movie. 82 is Dazed and Confused, which
That makes sense.
has a character that they based off of Billy.
Somehow they launched into the
somehow.
future.
Launched into the future and got it. Number 79. His score just as good as just as good a score is as good as it gets with the fucking masterpiece that is Something About Mary.
Oh my god. Yeah.
It's funny. It's a funny fucking.
Ben Stiller coming at you.
Oh
Literally.
Oh my god. 77. Oh, Ryan, here you go. Braveheart. Ain't that your shit? One of them?
I mean, I can definitely see Rolk liking parts of Braveheart.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, number 76 fucks so hard.
What?
Because she knows exactly what she's doing. It's
Oh, hell yeah.
Sandlot is the shit. Sandlot is so fucking good.
It knows exactly what she's doing.
Oh my god, there's somebody. Dude, the only other person. Like, I created that shirt because I've always wanted a shirt with Wendy Peppercorn on it that said she knows exactly what she's doing.
Yeah.
I never found it, so I fucking made it. And I'm the only person on the planet with this fucking shirt that I know of.
Yeah.
Just a couple weeks ago, somebody bought it.
Oh, really?
And it made me so happy.
Hell yeah.
Ooh. Number 73 is a Stone Cold classic. I'm not even a Western guy. Give me some Tombstone.
Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah.
Tombstone is fucking dope. Number 72 is Casino. It's fine.
Yeah.
I liked it.
I mean, I like those
Yeah, I like
Scorsese movies. That being said, like,
how often do you revisit a Scorsese movie other than Little Park?
well, I mean, like, they're all, like, how often do you need to? Like, you can revisit, you can revisit one and you revisit them all. Like, that's why I was so annoyed when he was talking shit about, like, the MCU movies. It's like, look, you make incredible movies, but you've made the same one for the past 20 years, so shut up. It's like, don't be talking about the MCU like they're too redundant.
That's a good. Oh, fuck. No, 71. That shit fucking for real.
What?
Greatest fucking action movies of all time. Motherfucking Keanu on a bus, baby. Give me
Oh,
some
speed! The bus that couldn't stop.
Hot twins, hot shot.
God damn. Yeah, speed is up there way too
good.
high too.
Oh, I'm telling you, man. Fucking goddamn Dennis Hopper.
Dennis.
Fucking oh, dude. Give me that shit.
Villainous Dennis Hopper is the shit.
Oh, it's the best. It's the best. Or that fucking monologue in True Romance when he's talking to Christopher Walken,
Yeah.
where he's not necessarily a bad guy, but he just knows he's gonna die. So he goes on this fucking 5-minute rant insulting the man that's about to kill him.
Yeah.
It is fucking, and his heritage, it is great. Yeah, no, I love me some Dennis Hopper. Maybe not. You know what? I will say it. Other than the scene where he's like paper. The best thing about Waterworld is fucking Dennis Hopper being on a level.
Oh yeah. Like.
Because Waterworld is one of the worst movies ever made.
Oh yeah, Waterworld is terrible. Kevin Costner with gills.
Oh God, please, man! Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, what were
think,
all of you smoking?
I think that guy was trying. If I remember correctly, because I've only seen it. I think I saw it like once or twice, and the only reason for the multiple viewings of Waterworld is again, Sasebo, Japan. I did not have regular TV. I had a few channels, and there was a military movie channel that showed movies.
Yeah,
and they would go for maybe 4 to 6 months on rotation.
Yeah.
So I've seen Waterworld multiple times, and if I am remembering correctly, the dude that was trying to pitch him was trade the paper was so for the woman, so he could fuck her. I think that's what it was.
Correct.
Number 70 is Home Alone.
Yeah. All right.
Oh fuck! The sexiest number coming in at 69, bitch, is one of our personal favorites. Because you are not economically viable, sir. Falling down.
Oh yeah.
Falling down.
Not economically
That
viable.
shit is amazing. That shit is fucking incredible. I love Falling Down. Number 67, we had the Leo remake and Claire Danes of Romeo and Juliet. Which I actually quite like John Leguizamo in that movie with his fucking sweet ass gold pistols and shit.
Hell yeah.
Oh, look at that! One of my favorite movies made the list. 1993, coming in at 64 is True Romance. We were
There
just
you go.
talking about
Yeah,
that.
hell yeah.
True Romance is fucking great. 63, Independence Day. Welcome to Earth.
Welcome to Earth. Earth.
No, number 62, Point Break.
Oh yeah. So angry you shoot shoot your gun into the air.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh shit. 61 is Miss Doubtfire.
Hell yeah, Miss
Mrs.
Doubtfire. Hell yeah.
Oh, here's another uncomfortable borderline pedophilia type movie, even though I think it's reversed and the student is crazy. But do you remember the movie Election?
Yes.
Yeah.
That movie's weird.
That movie is weird. What else we got? Number 57, you got Forrest Gump.
You have my spear.
Ooh, right under that.
Of the forest. God
Number 56. Oh my god, this has a
I
93% fucking certified fresh rating. Is the classic
Twin defenders
Face.
of the blade.
Face Off. How does
I shit you not.
What?
93% certified fresh. And don't get me wrong, I love that.
God.
I love it.
So,
I love Face Off.
so do I. But
I'm not saying I don't love it. I love it to death. But 93%, let's fucking pump the brakes, dude.
yeah, let's settle down on that. that's
That's a
insane.
bit over the top. Yeah, that's fucking
We took his
absolutely
face.
crazy. Number 53 on the list, Total Recall. Get them 3 boobies in your life.
Oh yeah. So Arnold, fuck yeah.
Yeah, fuck yeah, man. Arnold, yeah, I like that. I like Total Recall. Number 52, Dumb and Dumber. Love that movie. I think it's hysterical.
Yeah, I can get behind some Dumb and Dumber.
I I can get behind Dumb and Dumber. Dumb and Dumber made me laugh.
Oh
Like,
yeah, the first time.
I mean,
hell
say,
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even when we're playing like video games, like I've said it to Ryan Frame a few times. I'll make the joke like if somebody like misses a shot or whatever, and they like unload a clip and they don't hit any of it. I've done it before. I'm just saying. I'm always like, Harry, you're alive. You're a terrible shot. So yeah, I fucks with some Dumb and Dumber. Oh fuck! Guess what, bitch? Number 51. I don't care. The Fugitive. The Fugitive. The
Oh
Fugitive
man,
is real good.
yeah, it is.
Real good. That movie is fucking real good.
I'm innocent. I don't care.
I don't care. One of the most gangster fucking lines ever.
So good. That is a impossibly gangster response.
I know. He doesn't. Because he didn't. It's not his job to care. His job is to just bring you in.
Yeah.
He don't give a fuck. It's not his job.
I didn't kill my wife. I don't care.
I don't care. I don't care, motherfucker. I don't care. Let's see. Number 50, The Sixth Sense. I think we talked about that.
That makes sense.
Day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, good movie. Number 46, Usual Suspects.
Yeah. Usual Suspects. Another Kevin Spacey.
Yeah, another Kevin Spacey movie. 43, Edward Scissorhands. Okay, fine. Beauty and the Beast, fine. Ooh, number 41. Good movie. And if you want to have some fun and you want to think about just like the tone and overall kind of look of a movie, I want you to go watch The Batman. Okay? And then I want you to backtrack to the 1995 movie, which is infinitely shorter than The Batman, but just as effective, Seven. I think Seven is dope. Yes. Seven is a great movie.
7 is good.
Another
Kevin Spacey.
Yeah, another Kevin Spacey movie. Look at that. Just fucking killing it. No wonder he thought he could do whatever he wanted.
Exactly.
Number 40 being John Malkovich. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Boogie Nights at 39.
Boogie Nights. Yeah, okay.
It's fine.
I can see it. Okay.
You're
the biggest star.
Yeah, right. 36 is Heat.
Oh, where's the van?
Get to the van. Number 35. Fucking Pretty Woman.
Turning hoes into housewives.
You know what? I'm okay with that rating. Actually, I'm totally fine.
Yeah, I'm alright.
I'm totally okay with. I'm okay with it being on the '90s list. Oh fuck yeah! Number 34.
Not.
Office Space.
By the way.
See my stapler.
By the way, not far off. People have always said that. What's her name? The star, Pretty Woman. What's her name?
It is Julia Roberts.
Julia Roberts. She was a casting couch queen, apparently.
Really?
That has always been the rumor, apparently. I'm not sure if it got confirmed at any point, because, I don't think it matters at this point.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I think she is very, very talented, but especially, like we're talking, younger Julia Roberts. She's one of those things, I'm like, I don't know if you're prettier.
Yeah, well, that's part of the reason why the rumor has always been there.
Yeah. Number 34, rated 81% fresh, is Office Space.
Yeah, that.
But I'm down with some Office Space.
Office Space is one of those movies that has definitely aged extremely well. Like that.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that statement.
Like that movie only got more relevant. Like that shit with the flare. Like. Like, that definitely hits home it was hitting home for a lot of millennials.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah, it was. Oh shit, number 33. Try not to suck any dick on your way through the parking lot. It's Clerks.
Oh,
Great
man,
movie.
Kevin Smith had such a fall from grace.
of the realm.
Hey man, I still love me some Kevin Smith.
I do too, but I mean, that one movie he turned into an NFT. Ugh.
I don't even know which one that was.
It was like a kill. It was called like some kind of Kilroy thing, except not based on the World War II shipbuilder at all. It's like a horror movie, and it's dog shit. Like, I don't like it, but I do understand why he decided to make that an NFT, trying to make some movies or try to make some money and try to make sure that nobody saw that shit.
You have orders?
I mean, I guess I'm kind of a bit. I mean, it's some of the stuff I do realize some of the later stuff is not always the greatest when it comes to Smith, but I love his podcast. I love to hear him talk. I think he is just ungodly likable, and I do think he's talented. Like,
yeah,
if you think Red State is not a good movie, I need you to go fuck your own face.
Well,
because that movie is awesome.
Red State,
and it is a far cry. It's probably like, I love Clerks 2. I love Mallrats. I love a lot of Kevin Smith stuff.
Yeah,
I love it.
That one came out of nowhere.
Is Red State.
Oh yeah,
his best work is Red State, and it is not what you think.
Yeah, and it's not close.
It's not even close. But damn, it is fucking good.
Yeah, like that.
And there's another John Goodman. There's another John Goodman performance.
John Goodman he is so dynamically good. Like,
he's so talented.
Yeah,
it's fucking ridiculous.
He is so good in everything too. It's kind of ridiculous.
It really is. He's a fucking chameleon. He can do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a good one. Talk about a psychological horror. Number 32 is Silence of the Lambs.
Yep.
It's a great movie.
Mm-hmm.
Totally great. Nothing bad to say about Silence of the Lambs. Number 31, Good Will Hunting.
Yep, I see it.
Yeah, it's kind of status quo. I get that. Number 30 is Toy Story. That's 100% fresh rate.
That does not surprise me.
No, not at all. Number 28, Groundhog's Day, which, okay, why? Because it's fine, but it's Bill Murray.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind it being on the list. I just don't know why it's fucking 28 out of 100.
Yeah, I can, like, that is one movie I forgot about that Bill Murray is in when we were talking about him last time. Yeah, that movie is good. Is it number 28? Like, should it be way lower on that list? Yes. But yeah, that is, if you were to make an argument at Bill Murray being great, you would need to bring that movie up because it is good.
Hey man, I'm fine with, like, I've said it before. I'm totally fine with Bill Murray. I just don't get the God stuff.
You're not fine with Bill Murray. He tortured you for no reason.
Well, not anymore. But ooh, good one. Number 27 is a real good one. Fargo.
Oh yeah, Fargo's a very solid one.
At your service.
Oh, number 24, Boys in the Hood. Fuck yeah, man. Dude, funny story. I was listening to one of Kevin Smith's podcasts. I think it was which one was it? I forgot. He had so many, but his partner wasn't there, so he was just one-on-one interviewing somebody over the phone, and it was Ice Cube.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody know, Ryan, just so you know, Ice Cube is a hip hop artist and one of the greats.
He is not on, or he might be on Law and Order now. I don't know.
No reason. But anyway, he was telling the story, and then like John Singleton like came up and is like asking him, basically sent him the script of fucking, Boys in the Hood, and he's like, He's reading it and he's like, dude, I'm not an actor. He's all like, why don't you fucking go get Pac? Pac will crush. Like, go get Tupac.
Yeah.
And he wrote that thing, that specific role for
Ice Cube. Yeah.
and he ended up getting him to do it. But yeah, Boys in the Hood is actually very, very good. And me and Amanda actually recently, probably in the past year and a half, they re-released it, like a limited release for like an anniversary, and we went and saw it in theaters. Holds up, still very good.
Rogue's like, I only knew him as an actor for so long.
Oh shit! And here's my namesake, and probably where I get the joke of my Hoop Dreams. But the documentary Hoop Dreams in 1994 was actually quite good. That's on the list at 21.
Yeah.
A documentary. Oh fuck, number 20, The Iron Giant.
Oh hell yeah.
The world got to know Vin Diesel.
I don't know if we got to know him, but we heard his voice.
No, you know it.
And we got to see him not making commercials for Street Sharks.
Here is at number 19 on the list is like, don't tell me you don't like it, because me and you have done marathons with these movies. It's not number 19 is Scream.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I'm about Scream. I fuck with Scream.
Yeah, the original Scream is
Yeah, the original Scream
incredibly
is pretty
good.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
Like,
no.
especially if you, like, there's so many, like, meta teardowns of, like, horror movies now that, like, this might be lost on a newer generation, but, like, no one had done, like, a super, like, really a meta movie at all, but, like, a meta horror movie, like,
Yeah.
nothing like that had ever been done. And then out of nowhere you get this really good horror movie, even on its own merits, and like then it's also like a deconstruction of horror movies, just incredibly good.
It was smart. I thought it was a really smart look at it.
And especially as something that had never, like, nothing like that
done.
had ever been done. Like, no one had ever heard of shit like that before. But yeah, that was.
And you know what? You know what though? I'll tell you what. The use nowadays, they fuck with the Scream movies.
Oh
They
yeah,
do.
definitely.
They like them. They're about it. Like that series, they like them a lot. They talk about them. They want to do, like, when they're in this TV and film class, a lot of them want to do like trailers and shit or like, you know, a spoof or something. They love Ghostface. They love Scream. They love those movies.
Apparently, Ice
So
Cube's
they got.
apparently Ice Cube's son is in Godzilla King of the Monsters.
Hey man, I'm about it. I think he's actually a very talented actor.
I think
Like I like
him playing
I think
his
he's great.
him playing his dad was so good.
Yeah, and he was excellent at doing so, which
Yeah.
doesn't sound like much of a stretch. But
I mean,
then you can watch him. What's that weird movie with Aubrey Plaza? I think it's called like Ingrid Goes West or something. Where I think she's kind of a weird stalker, and she's stalking somebody else. Her like an Instagram chick she follows and wants her life.
yeah,
And he's in that movie, and it is just a complete 180 from him playing his father, and he is great.
really, that's
He
interesting.
is great. Yeah, he's really, really good. I would actually like to see more of him, but we have yet to.
Yeah,
But I think he's actually very, very talented. Number 18, Saving Private Ryan. I mean, okay, like I mean, it's a good movie, so I have nothing to add.
Yeah.
I get it.
yeah,
I
it's like Saving Private Ryan. Yep, yep.
Ooh, number 17, we'll get some more Kevin Spacey in our lives. Little LA Confidential.
Oh, what? Yeah,
Yeah, I don't even think I saw it, but you know,
I mean, yeah, like it's almost too on the nose. Like,
yeah, I mean, Kim Basinger is a fucking bombshell, but
I mean, like that's a very inside baseball kind of pick, Like it's almost too obvious, you know? I understand why they didn't put it in the top 10, because people would have definitely been like, fuck you.
Let's see what else we got. Coming in number 16, Goodfellas, whatever.
Yeah.
Um,
Didn't we already... wasn't that
yeah.
already on here? Oh, wait, that was Casino.
No, that was Casino.
Yeah,
so,
all right. I get those movies confused a lot.
Same cast though, pretty much.
Yeah, playing almost the same characters.
Number 15 is a fucking goddamn classic, a little T2 Judgment Day.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm surprised that's not higher. Terminator 2.
In the top 10?
Yeah.
The importance of that movie, I agree with you. I have no idea why it's not higher.
T2, and that's also probably the movie I have seen that movie the most. Like, out of any film that I've ever watched, I've probably seen T2 the most. Like, I've accidentally watched T2 at least 5 times. Like, I would love to see the number of times I've seen Terminator 2. I mean, we just sat down and watched it with my mom one night. Like...
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just to me, it's a very important action. I mean, as much as I've grown to fucking absolutely loathe the existence of James Cameron,
yeah,
he has given me he gave me Terminator, he gave me True Lies, he gave me I mean, I think Alien is superior to Aliens, but I love Alien.
Yeah,
like. He's done a lot of shit that I hold very near and dear to my heart.
Oh, yeah.
But I just can't stand the man anymore.
Yeah, I would like him to retire. It would make me very happy. Yeah, Rolk makes a good point. T2 was on TV like 200 days out of the year.
You know what? Those are cold facts.
Yeah, that's not even an exact... Like, that might be lowballing it.
Yeah. You might actually be wrong because you're too low.
Yeah, like that's the craziest part. You might straight up have lowballed it. Oh my god.
And then here's another good one. Number 14. Clueless. I loved Clueless.
Clueless
Clueless was funny as shit.
Yeah, Clueless is money. That one is so, like, if you want to talk about, like, and that, like, what people don't understand today is that movie is also, like, at the time that it was made, like, dead on. Like,
yeah,
that movie is, it is hitting the people that it is making fun of so hard and so well. Like, just rich nepo babies that don't fucking know anything. Like, it is ripping their souls out.
But as much as I like that movie, and I do, I don't know how far the age. I would like to know. I do think there's a level of uncomfortable because not only were they stepbrother and sister, but I know there was an obvious age gap between Alicia Silverstone's character and Paul Rudd's character. So are we just looking at more Hollywood pedophilia here? I don't.
Yeah. Well, like here's what I'll say.
Was she 18? If she's 18.
Well, here's the thing that's like, because I don't remember how old he was, but like, let's say for argument's sake, is that like if he's a freshman in college and she's a senior in high school, like that's not like crazy.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, no, it's.
I don't know how old he is, so I mean, like, obviously, don't quote me on that. It might.
Yeah, you know what? I can't really say anything because when I went to the military, I mean, it's Romeo and Juliet like rule anyway. But I mean, I was in the Navy, and my girlfriend at the time was still in her senior year.
Well, like, I told my mom because I thought this was funny because they got super sketched out about it. Is one of my girlfriends when I was in my girlfriend when I was in college. was she was a senior in high school, but it was my first year of college, and she is to this day, and like because of her birthday, like she was older, like she was only like a year younger than me.
Right.
She is the
Well, that's what my high school sweetheart was when I was a baby.
so
She
and
was just a year.
and-
we were
and
just a year apart.
my parents got bent out of shape about it, and I told them this year, my mom, and she started laughing. I'm like, that's the closest in age I've ever been to a girl I've dated, right? I'm like, the one that you guys got so bent out of shape about was the closest to my age that I've ever dated. And she just started laughing. She's like, "Really?" I'm like, "Yeah." She wasn't that much younger than me. She was a year younger than me. But yeah, I'm like, and don't get me wrong, I totally get it, but I do think it's funny.
I would. Oh well, number 13 on the list right after Clueless, One Step Higher is it's one of my favorite movies of all time. Like my top 10 list, if I sat down and write it down, it would be like a living document because I would, outside of maybe like Die Hard at the top,
Yeah.
everything below it is gonna
Shift and change constantly
on a day. Oh yeah, on a daily basis. But this one is definitely on it. It's also one of the best soundtracks ever made, and definitely one of the greatest indie flicks ever made and indie comedies ever made. It's Friday.
Oh yeah.
Friday is incredible.
Where did that one land?
13.
13. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, might be a little high, but not for me. Because I love it.
Mm-hmm.
I would put it. I mean, number 12 is Fight Club.
Yeah.
Which I'm okay. I'm okay with it. I like Fight Club. I thought number 11 is your favorite movie, Schindler's List.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that again, a little on the nose.
Yeah, number 10, we've already went on about it, so we're cracked into the top 10, and we are starting the top 10 with The Matrix.
Yep. As you would.
Oh my god. Yeah, as you would. And then number 9 is Thelma and Louise.
What?
Yeah, Thelma and Louise. I know.
Motherfucker. I disagree.
When Susan Sarandon isn't phoning it in.
Yeah.
Toy Story 2 is at number 8.
That feels weird.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's bad.
Number 8. Yeah.
Number 7. Number 7 is another one that's also on my list. Jurassic Park.
Yeah. Okay.
That almost sent me down the path of fucking poverty, even more poverty.
by becoming an archaeologist. Yeah, that almost fucked up a lot of people's lives.
Yeah. Number 5 is The Big Lebowski.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
Again, Mr. Goodman.
Yep. Doing it big.
Number 4. Yeah. Number 4, I don't think there's a lot of things. We're back on James Cameron.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of things I like about this film from a filmmaking standpoint, and I don't think it's bad. And obviously, I got to see Kate Winslet's movies, so I'm a happy.
So you were happy about it?
Yeah, it's fine. It's not like my favorite flick or anything, but there's a lot like their use of like when you watch the ship get flooded, if you watch how that shit was made and all the little real detail, intricate miniatures that they flooded with water and used like little mini cameras, and then they just they used CG for those films. Yeah. But it wasn't the water and it wasn't the ship proper. They just kissed it like little sconces on the wall and shit and made it look beautiful.
Yep.
Like there's a lot of technical shit in Titanic that you should really appreciate.
Yeah, Titanic is very good.
And then you have at number 3, The Lion King.
Yep, that tracks.
It kind of tracks for me too. I get that. Number 2, Shawshank Redemption.
Oh yeah.
Hello?
Shawshank at 2? Yeah.
Yeah, Shawshank.
Okay. Yeah. I get that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not. It's not good either. And oh my god, number 1 film of the '90s on this list, Pulp Fiction.
Yeah. I can. Yeah. Pulp Fiction, definitely. I thought you were gonna say Gone in 60 Seconds. How did that not make the list?
Oh, that's right. It didn't. You know what, Rolf? Maybe it was 141 on the list.
That's what it was. It was 141. Just missed it.
Just missed it.
But like, I don't know. Like, I it makes sense, but it feels like the last couple are kind of like, yeah.
It just seems chalky.
It's just like, yeah, all right. Like, obviously, like,
These are dark.
I wouldn't say.
Well, yeah, they're not bad, and they're great, and I love that. I love Pulp Fiction. I love Shawshank, but I'm just like,
Yeah, I wouldn't say
like,
you're.
I don't know.
I wouldn't say you're wrong, but like, it's like that feels like number 1. Like,
I mean, I wouldn't call Pulp Fiction number 1.
no, yeah,
I mean, hell, my favorite movie of all time is Die Hard, and that was made the year I was born, so it wasn't.
Yeah,
90s.
for sure.
It was like what, 84.
Something
So
like
I mean, that doesn't qualify. But I mean, one of my other favorite movies was made in the '90s called Die Hard with a Vengeance,
Yeah.
which is pretty much equally as good and arguably better.
Oh yeah, Die Hard with a Vengeance is super fun.
Dude, that shit is straight cash. And you know what? Everybody likes to talk shit about Die Hard too, but it's not that.
It's fine.
It's totally fine.
I mean, it's very lucky that they decided to make more Die Hard movies, because now it's decidedly not the worst Die Hard movie.
Yeah, but even if it was,
Yeah,
who gives a shit? You got this awesome trilogy. What? You have two of the best action movies ever fucking made.
yeah,
And in the middle of the sandwich, you just have a
fine.
good one.
Yeah,
Yeah. And like, it's not that bad.
no,
And you know what? I don't give a fuck what other people think of it. I think Live Free or Die Hard is totally fine as well.
I have, so the later Die Hard movies I've never seen. Like,
Live Free or Die Hard is not the worst.
it was one of
It's okay. It scratches that itch.
yeah,
I think one of the last ones that they did where it had what's his nuts in it, and it was like his son and shit.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
as good.
when they had
Kinda
like
shit,
Justin Long in it.
Well, no, the Justin Long one is Live Free or Die Hard.
Oh, that's the
That's
alright.
what's written.
Whatever you just changed to. I'm hearing myself.
I'm hearing myself.
No, it's fine. I'm about to switch back over. My earbuds are dying, so just
Can you hear me again?
Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, the one with Jason Long is the one that I think is
Lord.
it's fine. You know, it's good. I like it. It's not. I mean, I prefer Die Hard 2 to Live Free or Die Hard. I just didn't think it was total dog shit.
Yeah.
I thought it was perfectly entertaining, and I got to see John McClane fucking
Beat the shit up.
do his thing. yeah, just just be the smart ass that he is.
Yeah.
So I was pretty pleased walking out of Live Free or Die Hard, but I get it. I'm not gonna defend it. I'm not.
Yeah.
I like it,
Not,
but I'm not gonna defend it.
not beating on the table for it.
No.
But
Yeah, it wasn't. That's not one. But yeah, I see what you're saying, man. Like, I mean, I like Pulp. It's good.
yeah,
It's
best movie of the 90s. Again,
90s.
again, that's critics. Critics, especially of a certain age, really suck his dick.
Well, here's the thing: is like I'm in this weird middle ground because I really like Tarantino, but he's not like the apex of fucking filmmaking for me.
Yeah.
So but I like him, and I like a lot of his movies.
Yeah, I like him too.
Like
It's
I love
just
Django
that,
Unchained. I love fucking True
hold on
Romance.
one
Like,
sec.
True Romance he wrote is one of my favorites.
I'll be right back. If you can keep chatting.
Yeah.
Talk about True Romance.
Yeah, there you go. Like True Romance is fucking amazing. I mean, you got this fucking incredible cast. It's really well written, and it is very much a Tarantino take on a fucking love story. However, it is think Tarantino and then think romance movie and then meld those together, and you get True Romance, and you get this really well acted, really well written, fucking awesome movie with just a fuck ton of beautiful actors in it that do an awesome job. It's probably one of Brad Pitt's in it for 2 fucking seconds, but it's one of my favorite roles because he plays an awesome fucking stoner, and and he's in it, and he's great. But it's very much a Tarantino ending where just pretty much everybody dies, and it's 100% a Tarantino flick. It just happened to be directed by, I believe, Tony Scott, not him. But yeah, that's also his baby, is True Romance, and True Romance is fucking really good. I prefer True Romance to Pulp Fiction, and I mean they're both on that list, but I mean that's just me personally. Like, if I'm going down the top 10 list of my favorite movies of all time, on that living document, True Romance is on that list, but fucking
Yeah.
Pulp Fiction.
Like that being like, kind of my being like, I don't know about it for Pulp Fiction, and Django is one of my favorites. Like
Django could, as far as a written and directed Tarantino film, pound for pound, Django might be his best one.
I think Django that might be one of my favorite movies, period. Like,
no, I totally get it. I totally understand.
Like, everybody in that is acting their balls off.
Oh yeah.
Leo is
fucking Leo.
Incredible.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Fucking Leonardo DiCaprio. Like, Jesus.
Like,
don't get me wrong. I'm glad he won his Oscar. He won it for the wrong fucking movie.
Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, that movie's fine, but a superior performance is Calvin Candy. Like, let's just be honest here. Like, that is way better. Like, he is nailing that part, and especially with the stories about how hesitant he was about the whole thing.
Oh yeah.
Like, he was not comfortable.
Saying all the racial epithets around Samuel L. Jackson? Yeah, I get it.
Well, but the fact that when it comes out that he's that uncomfortable and not really he's not sure how this is gonna land, and because he was a little worried about it, which I think is understandable. Yeah. But to be that concerned and not really sure, and then do that well anyway,
I know.
It's you're not going to be able to convince me that that any other movie that he's ever been in, he was better. It's he was hugely uncomfortable with everything that was happening, and he still murdered it.
Oh yeah, he was.
Yeah.
No, I thought Leo was fantastic.
He's so good in Django. Everybody's great in that.
Everybody absolutely killed
Chris
in Django.
Yeah,
that movie. To me, that movie's fucking yeah. I think everybody's pretty airtight.
I mean, Stone Cold didn't look uncomfortable in The Longest Yard.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Stone.
No, he's not, but he left you guys stuff for me. You got to check. Or can you take it to the guys or? Hey,
It
a
all
couple guys.
it always comes back
Okay.
to Stone Cold. Roll.
Whoever's not outside, I guess I can just leave them on my desk for them. Okay, yeah, sweet. All right, perfect. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. But yeah, Django's tough.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that this is wrong. It doesn't surprise me that Stone Cold is comfortable saying the N word. More importantly, saying the N word to Nelly, not a big deal. He's not an intimidating
Hey, brother, have a
figure.
good weekend.
I wouldn't be worried about the repercussions of that. He doesn't inspire fear in me.
There's some movie I want to talk about. I couldn't even think about it. I gotta get. Well, I mean, we can keep talking. That's fine. But I gotta bounce from work here in a bit because we gotta go to Hard Rock. She got. I think she got some free tickets or whatever. We're gonna go see Queens of the Stone Age.
Oh, damn.
which-
That's a
yeah,
name I
wait.
haven't heard in a minute.
Well, I mean, I don't want to say I'm some like Queens of the Stone Age fucking mega fan. However, I do think the album "Songs for the Deaf" is fucking straight cash.
Yeah, like they're good. I just hadn't. That's just a name I hadn't heard in a long time.
No. I don't fucking blame you whatsoever, brother. I like Queens of the Stone Age, but at least that album. But yeah, I mean, apparently I looked it up too because I was like, I was kicking around getting Songs for the Deaf on vinyl because I'm starting to kind of collect that shit,
Yeah.
and I haven't pulled the trigger on it yet, but yeah, I started kind of looking up Queens of the Stone Age vinyl, and yeah, I'm gonna have fun because we're going for free anyway.
Oh,
But yeah, they have a lot of new music, so I'm just,
Really?
if I have it my way, it's like you just fucking play Songs for the Deaf at the entire concert.
Yeah.
But I'm sure it'll be good.
Yeah, for sure. But no, that's a good spot for us to wrap up for the day. But are you gonna be around to play some stuff this week?
This weekend?
Yeah.
Oh, fucked up. I meant to call Broadstar because my shit went back to strict yesterday. Remember?
Oh,
We were
yeah.
playing?
Call him.
I meant to call him.
Yeah.
Fuck, I'm gonna have to wait till Sunday.
No, call him right now. Get off this call with me. Fuck him.
Well, no, I don't. That's the problem. Is I don't know if they're gonna answer.
They should be up
They
until
might.
6. Most cable companies operate till 6.
Oh well, this one sucks. So.
Yeah, they sure do. But
yeah, like they.
yeah,
Yeah, it ain't great, but I mean, if not, whatever. I'll take care of it Monday. It's I don't know what the plan is for this weekend, and for obvious recent reasons, I am definitely doing my best to kind of cater to what she wants to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, I might, maybe not. I don't know. If I got some time, I'll definitely hit you boys up because I mean, even if I can't get the NAT fixed by today, then it doesn't matter. I mean, our lives wouldn't have changed anyway since the past like 2 years. So it'll just be rinse and repeat.
yeah, it'll
So
be.
it's not a big deal.
Yeah, it's gonna be what it's gonna be. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be what it's gonna
Download
All right, brother, I'll hit you
download
up.
Diablo 4. Don't forget.
be. Don't forget.
All right, I love you. I'll talk to you
All right.
later.
All right, love you too later.
Bye.
Okay, I love you. Bye.
All right, I love you. Bye. Bye, everybody. Thanks for listening.
Later.